Chapter 34-35. Xine's golden armor was not only solidified on the surface, but it was also overflowing with golden mist from time to time. The golden armor had already been compressed into a thin layer and was no longer as thick as before. It was obvious that the golden armor had reached its limit. The situation had already begun to become critical, and Xiaohua could clearly feel that the auspicious cloud beneath his feet had also slowed down. The passage now seemed to be filled with silt. Not only were his hands and feet buried, even the karma of the Buddha's Saraira and the true energy in his dantian were wrapped up, making it difficult for him to use them. The green brilliance is already like this. What should we do in the future? Xiaohua's mouth was clearly bitter, and he somewhat disappointedly shifted his gaze away from Xine. He first looked at the end of the passage, and then looked again at the dense, crystal-like green passage. Boom! Just as Xiaohua's gaze fell on the passage, the entire passage violently shook, and dense cracks appeared in the crystal-like green light. Good! Xiaohua almost blurted out in praise. Quick! This passage is changing. I'm afraid it's our chance. As he spoke, Xiaohua hurriedly released his soul consciousness, trying to find a flaw in the passage. Unfortunately, the tunnel shook violently for a few times before calming down. The densely packed cracks rapidly widened. However, a bright yellow color blossomed from within the cracks. It was as dazzling as the yellow flowers in the morning sun. This is bad, Xiaohua hastily shouted again, and did not have the time to be embarrassed because of his misjudgment. Before Xine's strange gaze could shift away from Xiaohua, a heavy pressure more than 10 times stronger than before suddenly appeared, as if a large hand had suddenly clenched. This heavy pressure was different from before, and it came from all sides of the passage, heading straight for the center. Although Xiaohua and Xine did not have to worry about being swept down the passage, the strength of this heavy pressure suddenly increased, and the two suddenly stopped in midair, unable to fly at all. Pa pa pa! A series of sounds rang out like beans being fried. The golden armor on Xine's body was first broken into pieces, then the broken pieces exploded inch by inch. The tens of thousands of inscriptions on the armor whimpered and turned into strokes, disappearing into the yellow light. Ah! Xine screamed. Her palace dress, which was originally fluttering in the wind, stuck to her body. Although it didn't reveal anything, the curves of her body were exposed. Even when Xine opened her mouth, not only did she spit out Jin Qi, but even Jin Qi gushed out from her body. It was too late. Xine's body shrank, and then her face turned dark red. Xiaohua was naturally much calmer than Xine. However, he also found it difficult to maintain his composure under this heavy pressure. His skin, which was originally as tough as steel, was collapsing time and time again. It was as if the entire profound water palace was pressing down on him. A sense of déjà vu arose in his heart. That's right. Xiaohua had once encountered such a heavy formation restriction in the Donrain continent. However, at that time, the formation restriction wasn't as heavy as it was now. Moreover, Xiaohua had the Phoenix Dharma body at that time. Xiaohua relied on the Dharma body to break the formation restriction. At this time, not only was the formation 100 times stronger than before, but Xiaohua's Phoenix celestial body had also disappeared. In particular, in this passage, all Taoist spells were restrained. Although Xiaohua still hadn't released his magic treasure, he believed that magic treasures could only be ordinary weapons in this space. However, Xiaohua still didn't give up. He sensed the piercing pain on his skin and knew that his body was beginning to tear. He hurriedly raised his hand slightly. Even this small action expended a great deal of Xiaohua's strength. Out! Xiaohua softly shouted, and the seal of overturning the sea flew out of the space. Xiaohua formed a seal in his hand, and his Jin Qi, which should have been surging like a tide, was now compressed into a trickle. When his magic power rushed into the air, it had already mostly disappeared. When it landed on the seal of overturning the sea, the brilliance on the seal of overturning the sea flickered. Where was its previous majestic appearance? Seeing the seal of overturning the sea in such a state, Xiao Hua completely gave up. He raised his hand and withdrew the seal of overturning the sea. Xin, who was beside him, was in a state of panic. Not only was her face flushed red, but her skin, which was not covered by her palace dress, had turned from snow white to golden yellow. Now, there were patches of blood stains on her skin. It was obvious that she had suffered serious injuries. However, she still keenly saw Xiao Hua's seal of overturning the sea, as well as the traces of Taoist magic power in it. Xin turned pale with fright. She was even more surprised than when she encountered the heavy pressure in the passage that she had never encountered before. However, she was even more shocked when Xiao Hua raised his hand again. 7 flying swords with different sword lights appeared with Xiao Hua's hand gesture. Xiao Hua opened his mouth, and a mouthful of Zhen Qi rushed into the air. Then, he formed a seal with his hand. Although the 7 flying swords were very difficult, they still turned into rainbows and pierced toward Xin. Thief! Thief! Although Xin was somewhat on guard, she never would have thought that Xiao Hua would disregard his own safety and suddenly attack her in such a dangerous place. Xin unconsciously clenched her teeth and cursed, "Damn little bald donkey!" Following Xin's curses, her hand also reached out, wanting to take something out of her bosom. However, it was already too late for her to fight back. The 7 flying swords had already rushed to about 10 feet away from her. However, just when Xin was feeling discouraged, the 7 Zhen Qi from the 7 flying swords actually condensed in the air and surrounded Xin. Although the sword light was as thin as a cicada's wing and even flashed under the heavy pressure, it seemed that it would not be able to last long. However, Xin's body felt lighter, as if she had unloaded a heavy burden. He's protecting me. Xin suddenly came to a realization. I've wronged him. Xin instantly felt her qi and blood surging up. She did not know whether it was because of shame or the sudden release of Zhen Qi, but her face turned blood red. Did he hear me scold him just now? Xin's heart unexpectedly gave birth to a very inappropriate question at this time. However, before Xin could look at Xiao Hua with doubt, another thought emerged like weeds. The little monk is a Buddhist disciple. How could he know the flying swords of our Confucian cultivators? Humph, it must be. That trace of feeling instantly turned into anger. She even glared at Xiao Hua with somewhat fiery eyes. Not only did she not take her hand out of her bosom, she even treated the 7-star sword formation as if it was nothing. When Xin saw Xiao Hua, her eyes unconsciously gave birth to extraordinary splendor. Xiao Hua roared loudly, his body overflowing with Buddhist light or golden light. His originally thin and tall figure slowly expanded. The heavenly law embodiment technique that was comparable to the golden body of Guzhen's Buddha was finally displayed. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua thought, this heavenly law embodiment technique was refined by the primordial spirit. It was different from the Tao Sect's magic and was very different from the Phoenix celestial body. However, it was similar to the golden body of Guzhen's Buddha. In this passage of the ancient formation, it still had the power to fight. This guy is actually a Buddhist disciple of the Buddhist sect, or a martial master of my Confucian cultivation. Xin was somewhat flabbergasted. However, now was not the time for her to ponder. Xiao Hua's Dharma embodiment, which was several zhang long, immediately streaked his several zhang long arm through the air. That large hand even pierced into the 7-star sword formation. Although it sounded loud and clear under this heavy pressure, its tone had already changed. He shouted, Xin, I'll send you out first. What are you doing? Seeing Xiao Hua's large hand grabbing towards her, although that large hand flashed with golden light, Xin actually panicked. She hastily withdrew her hand from her bosom. Without hesitation, she pulled out the golden hairpin she gave to Guzhen before and stabbed it towards Xiao Hua's large hand. Just as the golden hairpin was taken out, A wave of cold air emerged from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. His large hand stopped in midair as he hurriedly said, "Female benefactor, the heavy pressure is still increasing. This golden body of Buddha is this little monk's last resort. This little monk wants to try sending you out of the passage. If you're unwilling, this little monk will leave by himself." This. Xian looked at Ku Ko in the distance. She fiercely clenched her teeth and said, "Fine, but don't you have any bad intentions?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He grabbed his hand again and called out, "What bad intentions can this little monk have? Female benefactor, don't you know that form is emptiness and emptiness is form?" While speaking, Xiao Hua's large hand was about to grab Xian. He ordered, "Female benefactor, use your flying technique with all your strength. If you have any secret techniques, don't hesitate to use them. Success or failure, life or death will depend on this." Before he finished speaking, Xiao Hua shouted, "Go!" Then, with a swing of his hand, he threw Xian and the seven-star sword formation to the end of the passage. Xian only felt the wind whistling in front of her. That seven stars sword formation sword light was like splitting mountains and boiling water, carrying Xian straight to the end of the passage in the distance. A trace of joy flashed in Xian's heart. Then, with a wave of her hand, the golden hairpin in her hand produced a golden brilliance. This golden brilliance was like a blooming phoenix flower. In an instant, it protected Xian and the seven-star sword formation. No matter how much the pressure in the passage increased, the golden brilliance only shrunk a little. This little monk, although Xian didn't think much of Xiao Hua's seriousness, the steadiness in her heart had already been shaken. The golden hairpin was her last resort. Who would have thought that it would be taken out the moment they entered the profound water palace? She couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. She turned her head with some worry, but when she saw what Xiao Hua was doing, she couldn't help but be shaken. She saw Xiao Hua holding a thick wishful staff in his hand. His whole body flashed with golden light. He was like a demon god who could split heaven and earth. He chased after her with large strides. Every time the wishful staff was waved, it would cause the passage to tremble. After the tremors, Xian could clearly feel the heavy pressure coming from behind her like a wave. Chapter 34-36. This little monk. Xian's eyes narrowed. She knew that Xiao Hua was at his wit's end. Although the wishful staff in his hand could break the heavy pressure, it could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Xiao Hua was just drinking poison to quench his thirst. After this cycle, Xiao Hua's golden Buddha statue could not support it, and his body could only end up as a meat paste. Xian clenched her teeth slightly and looked at the passage that had been flown nearly halfway. The end of the passage was already in sight, no longer as vague as before. Should I turn back? This was a rare thought in Xian's heart. At this time, Xiao Hua was also helpless. This time was really dangerous, unlike the previous time. He remembered that the last time the magic staff broke the restriction, the heavy pressure disappeared. This time, although the wishful staff was far more powerful than the magic staff, the restriction was one layer after another, each layer more powerful than the last, as if there was no end. Let's fight. Xiao Hua naturally also saw the golden brilliance of Xian in the distance, and his mouth was bitter. I don't know what this little girl's relationship with Princess Baiwa is, but the protection of the imperial equipment is one after another. This is really embarrassing. While thinking, Xiao Hua waved the wishful staff again. The heavy pressure was pervasive, but the wishful staff was not to be trifled with. It could still break the restriction that formed the heavy pressure. Taking advantage of the fact that the restriction had not been broken yet, Xiao Hua's golden body was able to take the opportunity to escape. Xian naturally would not turn back at this time. She understood that although she had some means, everything was in vain before she could escape. She could not find a way. Even if she went back, it would be in vain. Therefore, Xian urged her Jinshi again, and under the protection of the golden hairpin and the seven-star sword array, she rushed toward the end of the passage. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the end was in sight. Xian's heart finally relaxed. In her entire life, there had never been a period of time that was more torturous than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. There was also no distance that could compare to the distance of several hundred feet. Wong. Just as Xian saw a chance of survival, the entire passageway rumbled loudly again. A golden sun seemed to be born from the depths of the abyss, chasing after Xiao Hua from behind. The golden light didn't disappear at all. The moment it entered Xian's eyes, the golden light of the golden hairpin immediately swayed, and the brilliant phoenix flower instantly shrank by a lot. Seeing the sudden change in front of her, Xian had no time to think about anything else. She hurriedly stimulated her Jinshi and recklessly rushed forward. When the golden hairpin in Xian's hand started to tremble, Xian finally rushed out of the passage. She didn't have time to carefully check her surroundings. She hurriedly turned around and shouted, "Little monk." However, before she could yell out the word, "Hurry," the tunnel was already filled with yellow light. Even though Xian hurriedly activated the clear eyes technique and the golden light in her eyes grew brighter, she still couldn't see the situation inside the tunnel clearly. "Little monk." At this moment, Xian's voice was somewhat sobbing. She was all too clear about the might of the golden hairpin in her hand. In the end, that yellow brilliance still hadn't reached its peak, yet even her golden hairpin was somewhat unable to withstand it. Admittedly, this was because her cultivation was shallow, but it was also enough to show how formidable the pressure in the passageway was. In this yellow light that was already several hundred times heavier than the initial pressure, could Xiao Hua still survive? Xian was extremely suspicious. However, Xian still held onto a trace of hope. She didn't give up looking at the inside of the passageway, hoping for a miracle to happen. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there was still no movement inside the passageway. Xian's eyes were already sore from watching. Sigh. Xian slightly sighed. Her heart was filled with complex feelings. It was indescribably desolate. It was as if he had just seen a beautiful scene, but before she could properly appreciate it, dark clouds had already densely covered it. This little monk. This was already the fourth time Xian muttered this little monk in her heart within a short period of time. Something's not right. Just when Xian was about to give up and prepare to leave, she once again saw the 7 flying swords that had been protecting her all this time. The flying swords are still in midair. This sword formation is still there. That little monk might not necessarily be dead. Xian suddenly jumped up. A burst of joy rushed to her heart. Her eyes were somewhat moist. Sure enough, before she even got close to the passageway, an intense rumbling sound began to flash within the golden brilliance. Strands of faint blue color flowed within the golden brilliance. Flowers of lightning bloomed within the golden brilliance. The most bizarre thing was that strands of black gas were also flowing within the golden brilliance. Ha ha! Just when Xian was in ecstasy, Xiao Hua's familiar laughter rushed out of the passageway amidst the lightning. The transcendent's golden body that was several tens of feet in size had already disappeared. Instead, strands of black gas slowly dissipated around Xiao Hua's body. Seeing this, Xian's rushing figure came to an abrupt halt. Then, she suddenly turned around and flew several tens of feet away. Only then did she stop, standing still with her back facing Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't care about Xian's actions. In his heart, he was really very lucky. Just now, it was really very dangerous. The moment the golden brilliance appeared, his transcendent's golden body instantly collapsed. The center of the passageway was completely not something that the current Xiao Hua could resist. However, the moment Xiao Hua's body returned to its original state, lightning and thunder immediately appeared between his eyebrows. The soul cultivator's lightning and thunder could obviously resist part of the heavy pressure, but it was far from enough. Xiaohua's flying speed was too slow. In a flash of inspiration, Xiaohua thought of the Devil Realm's concealment technique and immediately used it. Who would have thought that in this passageway, although Xiaohua couldn't hide in the void, his flying speed would actually increase? Therefore, under the effects of the lightning and thunder technique and part of the blood-dripping paradise, Xiaohua finally reached the end of the passageway. As soon as he came out of the passageway, he felt a kind of physical and mental exhaustion. Even his limbs were sore and numb. He almost didn't even have the strength to stand. Xiaohua cursed, "Damn it," and immediately collapsed on the ground. When a cold feeling came from his buttocks, Xiaohua suddenly woke up and hurriedly lowered his head. Seeing his naked appearance, his face turned red. Xiaohua's monk robes were originally ordinary goods. Previously, under the protection of the Buddhist light, they didn't have any damage. However, when Xiaohua transformed into his transcendent golden body, the monk robes had already been destroyed. However, the situation was critical at that time, and Xiaohua's whole body was covered by the golden light. No one noticed. But now, awkward. Besides this, Xiaohua didn't have any other thoughts. He also finally understood why Xian suddenly turned around and flew so far away with her back to him. Alas! Xiaohua raised his hand, wanting to take out his clothes. However, his arm was abnormally sore, and he didn't have any strength. Moreover, the muscles on his arm were already twisted. Under the heavy pressure, his entire body was seriously injured. "Benefactress, please wait a moment," Xiaohua shouted, adding fuel to the fire. How could Xian pay attention to him? She just turned her back to Xiaohua and didn't say a word. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Xiaohua stood up shakily. He put on a new robe, formed a sword seal, and collected the 7 flying swords. Only then did he open his mouth and say, "Benefactress X." However, when Xian turned her head, what she gave Xiaohua wasn't the gratitude he expected. She didn't even smile. Instead, she held the golden hairpin in her hand and coldly asked Xiaohua, "Little monk, tell me honestly, who are you?" Who am I?" Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment, then immediately woke up. After all, in this blue passage, he once again showed a cultivation that was different from that of a Buddhist disciple. No wonder Xian was vigilant again. "Benefactress, I'm afraid this is the second time you've questioned this little monk." Xiaohua rubbed his nose and said with a bitter smile, "Didn't this little monk say it before? This little monk is a Buddhist disciple from the pure land of ultimate bliss. There's no difference." The only thing that made Benefactor suspicious is that this little monk knows a lot of secret techniques that are different from that of Buddhism. This is very normal, right? Benefactress shouldn't have suspected this little monk at this time. What a Buddhist disciple call the pure land of ultimate bliss. Xian's face was still cold as she asked back, "Would a Buddhist disciple practice Tao techniques? Would a Buddhist disciple practice Confucian techniques?" Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, "Why not? Anyone who sees this little monk would think so, right? Speak. Who sent you here?" Xian couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly. The golden hairpin in her hand once again emitted a golden light. "Who sent you here?" Xiaohua was baffled, almost touching his nose red. This little monk was peacefully cultivating in the Great Snow Mountain, but you and C.I. Hui brought this little monk here, and you actually asked who sent me here. Who could it be? Naturally, it's C.I. Hui. You still don't want to be honest?" Xian shouted loudly, as if she had been greatly deceived, her eyes faintly glistening with tears. Xiaohua was helpless. He raised his hand and said, "Benefactress, remember, no matter who I am, whether it's Tipu, a Taoist cultivator, or a Confucian cultivator, I'm someone who has nothing to do with you. I won't hurt you. On the contrary, I'll protect you. In this mysterious water palace, I'm the same boat as you. You don't need to know my origin, and you don't need to know who I am. As long as you leave the mysterious water palace, you won't meet me again, and I won't know you." Xian listened to Xiaohua's words and stared at him for a long time, as if she was considering whether Xiao Hua was telling the truth. Then she put away the golden hairpin and said faintly, "That's true. What does your identity have to do with me? Even if you were sent by that person, you still have to protect me. If you weren't sent by that person, you've already saved me several times. What do I have to be afraid of? My purpose in coming here is to see if that person is here. If he is, I'll think of a way. If he isn't, as long as you and I leave the mysterious water palace, we'll go our separate ways. Even if you've deceived me, what can I do?" "Good." Xiao Hua clapped his hands. "That's how it should be." After saying this, Xiao Hua finally had the chance to look up and see where he was. Why doesn't this place look like a palace?" Xiao Hua looked around and couldn't help but be surprised. In front of him was a vast open space with white clouds drifting about. The sky above the white clouds was blue. Although he couldn't see the sun, there were actually some shadows in the open space. Chapter 34-37. As for behind Xiao Hua, there was a mountain peak. The several zhang wide cave had now regained its blue brilliance. Looking at the other parts of the mountain peak, there were actually many densely packed caves. They were all flashing with the same blue brilliance as the one Xiao Hua and Xian flew out of. Could it be that there are many more entrances? Ci Hui and Gu Zhen are also in one of them? Xiao Hua's heart stirred. He hurriedly wanted to release his soul consciousness. However, in this place, even his soul consciousness could not leave his body. Perhaps one of them is an exit? Xiao Hua gave up and began to ponder. Or, other than the cave just now, the others are all exits? Although this was what he thought, Xiao Hua did not dare to take the risk. At this time, Xian called out again. "Little monk, I'm going to take a look in front. Do you want to come with me?" Yes, let's go together." Xiao Hua hurriedly responded and turned to chase after her. This open space was very cold. It seemed like ordinary soil, but also carried a kind of coldness. From time to time, there were some blue brilliances flashing above the open space. Looking at the place in the distance, he could not see very far. Although there was no fog, it was impossible to see clearly beyond 100 zhang, let alone distinguish what it was. After walking for a while, Xiao Hua wailed, "Benefactress, aren't you looking for a needle in a haystack? When is this going to end? Didn't you say time was limited? Now a lot of time has passed. How much time do we have left?" "I don't know either." Xian looked straight into the distance and replied indifferently. Mo Yuntong only said to go in and out as soon as possible. He did not give a specific time. "Now that we're here, I don't know anything. If you want to find the exit, you can only find it yourself. I can't help you at all. Forget it. Until today, I finally know what it means to be blind." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said impatiently, "You're the blind one." Xian retorted sarcastically. Yes, I was blind. How could I follow you in?" Xiao Hua replied with a mischievous smile. "Where was the dignified appearance of the little monk Bodhi? You?" Xian was quite angry, but when it came to retorting, she was still a bit inferior to Xiao Hua. Seeing that Xian was deflated, Xiao Hua was quite happy. He proudly walked forward a few steps, then suddenly stopped. His eyes looked forward, and an inconceivable expression filled his face. Suddenly seeing Xiao Hua calm down, Xian was not used to it. She walked in front of Xiao Hua and asked tentatively, What are you doing?" Did you see that?" Xiao Hua's reply was somewhat incoherent. It was unknown whether his raised hand was exhausted or excited, but his entire arm was trembling. Xian was baffled. She looked into the distance and asked curiously, "Of course I saw it. It's just a grassland. I don't see any palaces." "TSK. It's really scary to be uneducated." Xiao Hua disdained Xian and lectured. "Do you see that 9 feet tall spiritual tree?" Which spiritual tree only had one string of scarlet heart fruits. That was an ancient spirit fruit that only grew once every 90,000 years. It's very useful for Taoist, nascent soul cultivators. It can solidify the body and solidify the nascent soul. It's said that taking one is equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator cultivating for 100 years. Damn it, Xiao. This little monk has only seen it in the grass encyclopedia. Who would have thought that the profound water palace actually has it? As he spoke, Xiao Huan no longer had the appearance of a weak, mangy dog from before. He exerted all his strength and dashed towards the distance like a wisp of smoke. Scarlet heart fruits? Xian looked at the string of scarlet heart fruits in the distance with a confused expression. How come I've never heard of it? However, when Xian came closer and saw Xiao Hua's actions, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She also raised her hand and pointed at the scarlet heart fruits and shouted, What are you doing? What? What is this thing? What did Xian see? Naturally, it was the little fruit that Xiao Hua took out from the space. What else could the little fruit do after leaving the space? Of course, it was to skip over to the scarlet heart fruits and wave its hands. Rays of light fell into the roots of the scarlet heart fruits. Xiao Hua naturally had to take care of such a precious ancient spirit fruit and use his entire life to protect it. Only by transplanting it into his space could the scarlet heart fruits find the best home. I'm not doing anything. I'm just collecting some benefits. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes. This little monk worked hard to come here. I can't return empty-handed, right? Since this scarlet heart fruit doesn't have any restrictions, it's naturally ownerless, right? As the saying goes, it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Instead of picking the fruit, why not take the entire scarlet heart fruit? Hearing Xiao Hua's eloquent words, Xian helplessly shook her head. She wanted to move further away from this black-hearted little monk, but when her gaze caught sight of a golden vine not far away on the ground, and at the top of the vine were two leaves, one big and one small, that were like flying swords, she couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Isn't this the ancient yin yuan grass? Then she flew over almost faster than Xiao Hua and shouted, With this thing, my golden eyes should be able to reach the Shang realm. You're still talking about me. Xiao Hua looked at Xian's back and coldly snorted. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he put the scarlet heart fruits that Xiao Gua had used all her strength to take out from the ground into the space and ordered, Go, see if there's anything else, and take it all. Instead of leaving it here, don't let this Xiao take it. Xiao Gua received the order and hurriedly left. Xiao Hua, on the other hand, slowly followed behind Xiao Gua with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting to be put into the space. After harvesting a few more rare spiritual herbs, Xiao Hua's excited heart gradually calmed down. It was just as Xiao Hua had said to Xian. He didn't need any immortal tools or cultivation techniques. With these spiritual herbs, this trip to the profound water palace had been completed. What's this? Xiao Hua's heart calmed down. He could see a lot. After Xiao Gua dug out a spiritual herb from the ground, the usual blue light filled the entire pit, and a strand of red copper light appeared in the blue light. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, and he shouted in his heart. That hand nimbly made a grabbing motion, and with his so sound, a red copper object fell into Xiao Hua's hand. This is a command token. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the palm-sized square object in his hand, and he immediately came to a realization. No, this command token was exactly the same as the command tokens Xiao Hua had obtained before. However, this command token was cast with a vicious rabbit head. Xiao Hua looked at the rabbit head in bewilderment and secretly said, Damn, why is this rabbit so fierce? It doesn't look like a rabbit at all. However, the other command tokens seem to be the same, right? With this thought, Xiao Hua looked at Xian, who had run off to pick the abyss-amplifying grass in the distance. With a wave of his hand, 4 identical command tokens appeared in his hand. Xiao Hua carefully looked at them. Sure enough, aside from the tiger head and snake head, which should have been fierce, the remaining ox head, pig head, and this rabbit head all had a fierce appearance. Where was the simple, honest, stupid, and lively appearance that they should have? These command tokens, what is the use of them? They're actually distributed in the Dawn Rain continent and Western Paradise? Xiao Hua pinched his chin and looked at the 5 command tokens with a frown. Previously, he had used his divine sense and Buddhist sense to check them, but it was to no avail. Now that he was in the profound water palace, he couldn't even release his soul sense. Xiao Hua was afraid that he could only think about it. If it's useful, then it'll be of great use. Xiao Hua moved his gaze away from the command tokens. Seeing Xiao Guo's nimble movements, he was already beaming with joy in his heart. However, this thought flashed through his mind, and he put away the command tokens again. He strode to Xiao Guo's side. Even if he didn't need to do anything, seeing so much harvest that was about to be put into his space still made him happy. Xin very smoothly picked the abyss-amplifying grass and carefully put it into the jade box. Usually, there would be some demonic beasts near this kind of ancient spirit herb. Not only did they covet this spirit herb, but they also coexisted with the spirit herb to speed up their cultivation. Naturally, there were no other demonic beasts in the profound water palace, so the abyss-amplifying grass had no protection. After Xin put away the jade box, she turned around. Before she could call out to Xiao Hua, she was already standing there in a daze. It was very simple. The abyss-amplifying grass grew between several stalks of spiritual herbs. When Xin was picking the abyss-amplifying grass, she had carefully avoided those stalks of spiritual herbs for fear of injuring them. However, at this moment, those spiritual herbs were all gone. Even the area around her was completely empty. The ground was flat, as if it had never been planted before. Little monk. Xin was angry. What are you doing? If you pick them, then so be it. After all, these are all ancient spirit herbs. Who knows how old they are? But why did you pull them out by the roots? Xiao Hua lazily raised his head and said with a smile, Benefactor X, these spirit herbs are heavenly treasures. If you put them in the profound water palace, only a ghost would come. Isn't this a reckless waste of heavenly treasures? If this little monk takes these spirit herbs out of the profound water palace, who knows how many Buddhist disciples will benefit from them? TCH, only a ghost would believe that. Xin rebuked. The Buddhist sex Arhat doesn't need any spirit herbs. It's clearly your own greed. If you're talking about greed, that's not necessarily the case. Xiao Hua smiled and touched his nose. For example, Benefactor Xin picked this abyss-amplifying grass on her own. But what if there's someone else who needs it? Would that person still want to enter the profound water palace? This little monk isn't bragging. Even if there were 10 more people from your Xin clan, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to walk out of the passage behind us. Tell me, if this isn't selfish of you, then what is it? Could it be that if this little monk takes this abyss-amplifying grass out, your Confucian Xin clan won't benefit? I don't know how to grow spirit herbs. Xin actually blushed at Xiao Hua's words. However, at the same time, she suddenly realized something and hurriedly turned to look at the place where she had just picked the abyss-amplifying grass. Xin couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, the moment she spoke, the roots of the abyss-amplifying grass had already disappeared. The spirit herbs within a few feet to her left were all held by a fair child wearing a bib. His eyes were full of vigilance as he slipped away from her. Chapter 34-38. Looking at Xiao Guo's cute appearance and the vigilance in her big, dark eyes, Xin felt a burst of anger for no reason. She fiercely kicked the ground and shouted, "Shameless! Thief! Robber!" Although the ground looked very flat, it was actually very soft. Xin's kick not only scared Xiao Guo so much that she quickly ran behind Xiao Hua, but also kicked up the soil. Even a few shiny white things were kicked out by her. Xin swept her eyes over them like a stubborn little girl and gave a cold snort. But when Xiao Hua's gaze swept over them, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hastily waved his hand, and those white bones immediately fell into his hand, disappearing without a trace. Benefactor Xin, this little monk doesn't know if Confucian cultivators like you talk about reincarnation and retribution in the next life. Xiao Hua's face became solemn as he said righteously, But this little monk knows that whether it's Buddhism, Taoism, or Confucianism, they all emphasize the dead. Although I don't know which senior these bones belong to, and I don't know if he's a Buddhist, Taoist, or Confucian cultivator, he's already passed away. We, the living, should retain a bit of respect for him. Blaspheming the corpse of a senior like you is really disrespectful. Forget it. Let this little monk take these bones back to nirvana. I'll chant sutras every day and recite incantations every night so that he can reincarnate soon. Although XINXN didn't care about these bones, she also saw how thick they were. How could she not know that these bones didn't belong to an ordinary person? Now that Xiao Hua took the bones and still pretended to be obedient, her face was ashen with anger. She stretched out a white finger and pointed at the complacent Xiao Hua. She didn't know what to say. You just take it. Perhaps this is your corpse from your previous life. In your previous life, you failed to explore the profound water palace and died here. In this life, you came here under this princess's lead. Since you've received this lady's benefits, why don't you thank this lady? Yes, it seems this skeleton is really fated with this little monk. This little monk thanks the lady for leading the way. This little monk thanks the lady for kicking this skeleton. Xiao Hua put his palms together and lowered his head as he said sincerely, "From now on, this little monk will also chant sutras every day and recite incantations every night. If this lady dies here, may Buddha bless you so that you can come here in your next life." You. XIXIN said, "You" 4 times in a row. She had never seen such a glib-tongued person in her life, let alone such a glib-tongued little monk. What about me? Xiao Hua touches his bald head and says curiously, "Could it be that benefactress has never seen such a peerless and magnificent monk before?" Disgusting. XINXIN pretended to retch a few times and curled her lips. She turned her head and ignored Xiao Hua as she walked forward. "Woman Tanyu, don't go too far." Xiao Hua put on an act behind his back and said, "This little monk still needs to sleep at night. I don't want to recite the rebirth mantra for someone." There was no way XNXN would turn her head back, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. Seeing that XINXIN had left, Xiao Hua hurriedly sent his consciousness into the space. He saw that the huge white bones that he had just sent into the space had already fused with the previous white bones. The lightning water, mixed with traces of lightning, seemed to be endlessly falling into the space. It seemed to be nourishing these white bones, and also seemed to be awakening them at any time. Damn it! These white bones, how could they also be scattered in the Xiaoyu continent and Western Paradise? Jade Archive, Xiao Hua frowned. As the white bones gradually gathered together, Jade Archive, Xiao Hua could already smell a trace of danger from these white bones. Who is the owner of these white bones? What can I do? The most beautiful thing in this world is confusing matters. Being able to find the reason from the confusion is also the most interesting thing in this world. Suddenly, Jade Archive Xiao Hua spoke again from Jiuxia's mouth. Damn it, Jiuxia, you really are like a ghost that won't disperse. A rare wry smile appeared on Jade Archive Xiao Hua's face. Then, with a wave of his hand, Little Thunder, who had been nourishing under the lightning water, fell into Jade Archive Xiao Hua's arms. Looking at Little Thunder's increasingly plump body and the slightly moving eyeballs under its eyelids, Jade Archive Xiao Hua understood that the day of Little Thunder's awakening was not far away. Let me calculate. While speaking, Jade Archive Xiao Hua waved his hand and Little Thunder disappeared. In an instant, it reappeared under the lightning water. At the same time, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's left hand slowly stretched out, and then his 5 fingers slowly formed a seal. The 5 fingers were extremely slow, as if a huge mountain was hanging on each finger. As the seal formed, buzz, a roar that shook the earth and mountains was produced in the entire space. The 5 finger shadows swayed in the entire space. With these finger shadows, the karma hand that was previously hidden in the space of Heaven Way quietly appeared again. However, before the spell similar to the Hand of Karma could be formed, the huge roar shook again. The 9 suns in the sky dimmed, the mountains and rivers were on the verge of collapsing, and even Xiao Hua himself was trembling. "Fellow Taoist, do you want to die?" Green-robed Xiao Hua appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiao Hua with a panicked face and said anxiously, "Our space has just been formed, and the yin and yang and the 5 elements have just been established. We can't allow fellow Taoist to ravage it again. Even if fellow Taoist wants to use the innate 5 elements and reverse yin and yang, you should do it outside. After all, fellow Taoist 5 elements and yin and yang are outside. Before fellow Taoist controls the entire space, you must not bring the karma of the outside world into this space." Hearing this, Jade Archive Xiao Hua immediately understood and didn't dare to form another seal. He hurriedly flicked his 5 fingers, and the entire space immediately became quiet. Then, he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoists, for reminding me. This is my fault. No need to thank me. No need to thank me. This is our home, and we have to cherish each other. I am not like some primordial spirits who don't treat this place as their home." Green-robed Xiao Hua actually curled his lips, looking quite strange. Jade Archive Xiao Hua naturally knew that green-robed Xiao Hua was talking about the bone-tempering Xiao Hua, so he just smiled slightly, cupped his hands, and left the space. He clearly knew that in this space, he had a feeling of controlling everything. Naturally, he could try to use the Karma Hand Seal. However, outside the space, he was just a nascent soul cultivator. The amount of magic power he could use was limited. Although his nascent soul could communicate with heaven and earth and borrow the power of heaven and earth, his nascent soul was too weak and couldn't withstand the backlash of the Karma Hand Seal. He was afraid that he could only reach the spirit-severing stage or the unity stage, fusing his nascent soul with his physical body. Then his physical body would be able to communicate with heaven and earth like a nascent soul. Only then would he be able to rely on his demigod body to activate such a mysterious Karma Hand Seal. After Xiao Hua left the space, he urged Xiao Gua to move all of the spirit herbs and spirit trees from the profound water palace into the space. In another part of the profound water palace, there was a crystal wall that was over 1,000 feet high. Hundreds of huge triangular patterns were densely arranged on the wall. Each of these patterns was deeply indented, and the 3 sides of the patterns were protruding like a frame. These protrusions overflowed with different kinds of brilliance. Layer upon layer of magic power fluctuations surged like a tide. Suddenly, a triangle near the top of the wall emitted a bright blue brilliance. However, before the brilliance could be released, a tidal wave of magic power rushed towards the brilliance. In a few breaths of time, the brilliance was annihilated. However, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the brilliance of the triangle appeared again. As a result, the magic power fluctuations that had just calmed down rushed over again and strangled the brilliance of the triangle. This repeated several times. In the end, the brilliance was extremely brilliant, like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, and finally bloomed. Boom! After the brilliance, a loud noise was heard. A huge hole appeared on the triangle. 2 monks covered in blood rushed out from the hole. Weren't they Ci Hui and Gu Zhan, who had parted ways with Xiao Hua and Xian? At this time, the 2 of them were in an extremely sorry state. The green lotus in Ci Hui's left hand seemed to have been eaten by worms, with only a small half of it remaining. The sword in his right hand was already broken, and even the remaining sword edge seemed to have been eaten by worms, with spots on it. Ci Hui's originally neat monk robe was now in tatters. In addition to the sporadic bloodstains, there were large bloodstains on his arms, legs, back, and front of his heart. There was also an extremely long bloodstain on his neck, which was still flowing with blood. Ci Hui was like this, but Gu Zhan was even worse. There were no sporadic bloodstains on Gu Zhan's monk robe. It was completely covered in large bloodstains. Under these bloodstains, the monk robe was completely torn. Under the monk robe, there were fist-sized wounds. Some of the filthy blood had already coagulated, while others were still bleeding. Even the hand that Guzhan used to hold the demon-subduing pestle was riddled with scars. Several torn muscles and flesh were exposed outside of the skin, shaking slightly with the trembling of Guzhan's arm. The demon-subduing pestle was not in good condition either. It was full of bumps and hollows, especially the tip of the pestle, which was now broken. There were still a few strands of flesh and blood on it. On the right side of Guzhan's face, a large piece of flesh was torn off. His white teeth were exposed. Guzhan's originally fierce face was now even more ferocious. If someone saw him at this time, they would not be able to classify him as a Buddhist disciple. Guzhan and Ci Hui rushed out of the hole. They could not stand still in the air at all. With two muffled thuds, the two of them fell to the ground at the same time. It was unknown whether the two of them were exhausted or had fainted, but both of them lay on the ground without moving. After the time it took to finish a meal, Guzhan shook her body and struggled to stand up from the ground. She said shakily, "Ci Hui, can you still move?" "Grandmaster." Hearing Guzhan's voice, Ci Hui also shook his body and slowly climbed up from the ground. However, he still could not stand up. He could only sit cross-legged on the ground. After a while, he took a deep breath and said softly, "This disciple should be able to hold on." Chapter 34-39. Guzhan uses the demon-subduing pestle to prop himself on the ground, making his body seem extremely heavy. He turns around to look at the crystal wall, especially the triangle they rushed out of, and says with lingering fear, "What kind of ancient formation is this? How can it be so powerful? It's just a passage, but there are demon beasts and strange insects comparable to 5th-level essence energy cultivators inside. This demon beast is nothing. If we work together and risk getting injured, we can still kill it. But these strange insects are impervious to fire and water, and can even devour our Buddhist artifacts. They didn't even let go of this old monk's golden Buddha statue. What are these things?" Speaking up to here, Guzhan looks at Ci Hui and asks, "Just now you released the Bodhi Sarira to attract the strange insects. Is your Sarira seriously damaged?" "Ba." Ci Hui lowers her head and says, "Many thanks for Grandmaster's concern. Disciple Sarira is fine." "That's good." Guzhan grins and smiles with difficulty. "This Sarira is the proof of your enlightenment. Don't be careless." Disciple understands. Ci Hui smiles faintly and stands up with some difficulty. "Forget it. Since we're here, we're one step closer to the ancient Buddha Sarira." Guzhan knocks the demon-subduing pestle on the ground and calls out, "This old monk wants to see if there's anything else that can stop us." Ci Hui doesn't rush to speak, instead looks around and reminds, "Grandmaster, there's no trace of Exantanua and Tipu here. Could it be they still haven't come out of the passage?" Saying so, Ci Hui looks worriedly at the many triangles on the huge wall, guessing where Xiaohua and Exantanua will rush out from. Ci Hui. Guzhan sighs and shakes his head. "This old monk advises you not to be delusional. This passage is so dangerous. Even if Exantanua has an extraordinary background and an extremely powerful imperial artifact, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. You saw it yourself, those thousands of strange insects are definitely not something the two of them can deal with." Ci Hui frowns slightly and answers, "All right, Grandmaster knows. Disciple feels that Tipu's cultivation is not below disciples. With his help, Exantanua might be able to rush out." "That's your feeling." Guzhan was not optimistic about Xiaohua and Exan's chances. This old monk thinks that Tipu's Buddhist treasure is somewhat powerful, but his Buddhist divine ability is not worth mentioning. Perhaps the paths they took were different. He won't come out from here. After waiting for a while and not seeing any movement, Ci Hui asked hesitantly, "Grandmaster, should we proceed?" "Of course, I'm already here. I can even smell the scent of the ancient Buddha. How can I not move forward?" Guzhan raised his demon-subduing pestle and said in high spirits. "But," Ci Hui spoke again, Does Grandmaster have any medicine for injuries? We are all heavily injured. If we don't treat our injuries, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with any abnormalities. Guzhan nodded. He took out a few jade bottles and handed them to C.I. Hui. These are the medicines commonly used by Buddhists. Take a look and you'll understand. There's no need for us to waste time. Let's take it as we go. C.I. Hui accepted the bottles and nodded in agreement. In front of C.I. Hui and Guzhan was a huge corridor. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all made of huge blue stones. The stones were densely covered with strange patterns, and between the patterns were some simple runes. Wisps of obscure energy waves emanated from these runes. The light on the blue stones was weak and not enough to illuminate the corridor. However, there was light coming from somewhere in the corridor, illuminating the entire place. As C.I. Hui and Guzhan walked in, they could even see the runes above their heads clearly. Looking at the huge corridor, C.I. Hui was somewhat bewildered. She whispered, "Grandmaster, isn't this corridor a little too tall? Even the Blackwater Palace we saw earlier wasn't this big." That was right. This corridor was as tall as the crystal wall that C.I. Hui and Guzhan had rushed out of earlier. It was at least 1,000 feet tall. Walking in it, C.I. Hui and Guzhan were like ants. Even if Guzhan displayed his golden Buddha body, it was still pathetically small. Guzhan didn't answer C.I. Hui's question. Instead, he carefully took out the jade bottles and either swallowed them or applied them externally. After treating the wounds all over his body, he raised his eyes and glanced to the left. He said indifferently, "So what if it's tall? There's no Buddha ancestor or Buddha light. It's just a void." "Umaba." C.I. Hui's pale face blushed slightly. She put her palms together and said, "This disciple understands." Guzhan no longer paid any attention to C.I. Hui. He strode forward. His footsteps were heavy, but they were unusually firm. Clearly, he had to obtain the ancient Buddha luster in the profound water palace. At this moment, C.I. Hui was somewhat hesitant. She slowed down a few steps and walked behind Guzhan. Looking at Guzhan's tall back and the bloodstains on his monk robes, and even the bloodstains on his feet, she narrowed her eyes. She also picked up the jade bottles and began applying medicine. However, C.I. Hui's somewhat clumsy movements clearly showed that she was rarely injured and was inexperienced. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, C.I. Hui had already finished cleaning up. When he placed the jade bottle into his bosom, he bit his lips tightly. His slightly narrowed eyes from before had already opened. His eyes that were like stars revealed a kind of clarity. The corridor was naturally a wall again. However, this wall was different from the crystal wall that C.I. Hui and Guzhan had rushed out of. It was a huge azure rock. C.I. Hui couldn't release her Buddha sense, so she naturally couldn't see the situation of the huge rock. However, her gaze fell on the huge rock. There were faint white clouds flowing in the azure sky. Obviously, there was a restriction on the huge rock. Since there was a restriction, C.I. Hui was sure that there must be something behind the huge rock. Perhaps it was the fairy weapon that Xin was looking for, or perhaps it was the Kylie that Guzhan was looking for. Guzhan walked to the front of the stone wall. Without hesitation like C.I. Hui expected, he turned and walked towards the right corridor. C.I. Hui naturally followed suit. However, the moment he turned right, C.I. Hui's shoulders suddenly trembled and she stopped. She then turned slightly and looked behind her from the corner of her eyes. A wisp of slight hesitation floated in C.I. Hui's eyes like smoke. She then said, "Grandmaster Guzhan, Guzhan stopped and asked rather unhappily, "What's the matter?" "This disciple feels that the direction you're going is wrong," C.I. Hui said with a sincere smile. "Grandmaster should take this path." With that, C.I. Hui modestly turned sideways and put her palms together as if inviting Guzhan to go first. "Oh, why is it this path and not the path that I've taken? Could it be that you've discovered something?" Guzhan's eyes widened. His surprised voice was very loud and clear, sounding as if he was asking a question. C.I. Hui was still gentle and amiable. She smiled and said, "How should I put it? This disciple has a feeling that the ancient Budokai Li is in that direction. If there's any evidence, this disciple doesn't have it. Guzhen frowned slightly. There were still traces of blood on his face. Although he had taken a Buddhist spiritual medicine, the medicine's effect was obviously not that effective. Guzhen's frown made him look extremely ferocious. He seemed to be pondering. In the end, Ci Hui was somewhat puzzled. Just as she was about to raise her head, she heard Guzhen's voice again. Fine. A Buddhist with a root of wisdom, like you must be more sensitive to this Saraira than this old monk. I'll listen to you. Grandmaster, please. Ci Hui stretched out her hand and gestured for Guzhen to go first. She also expressed that she had no intention of having any thoughts about the ancient Budokai Li. Guzhen nodded again. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. However, Ci Hui didn't notice it. In fact, there was nothing special about the two sides of the stone wall. Even the texture on the tall stone wall was similar. The smooth stone wall didn't have any decorations. It looked no different from a cave. However, the passage seemed to be extremely long. Guzhen was in front and Ci Hui was behind. After walking for the time it took to finish a meal, there was still no door. It was as if the passage had no end. Even so, Ci Hui was still careful. The Buddhist light around her flickered faintly. She was ready to receive the profound water palace's attack at any time. Ci Hui. Guzhen's footsteps slowed. He asked faintly, "Your feeling seems to be wrong. Why haven't we seen anything after walking for so long? Why don't you return with this old monk?" Ci Hui smiled. "Grandmaster, don't be anxious. Perhaps it's just ahead. This disciple's feeling should be right." Guzhen shook his head and said, "Ci Hui, although you know the heaven's feet, and you are one of the few disciples in our Buddhist league who is proficient in the five senses, the heaven's feet is just the heaven's feet, not the heaven's eyes, heaven's ears, and mind reading. In this old monk's opinion, you should return with this old monk." Guzhen emphasized the mind-reading ability so heavily that Ci Hui was quite puzzled. However, he hastily stopped Guzhen and said, "Grandmaster, please listen to this disciple. The ancient Budokai Li is really in front of us. This disciple absolutely does not dare to deceive Grandmaster. Ci Hui, repent and be saved." Guzhen shouted. Without hesitation, he lifted his leg and was about to turn around. Boom! Guzhen's foot landed on the ground, causing the entire passage to shake. The stone wall actually emitted a faint brilliance as it shook. Oh! Guzhen was stunned. He looked at the bottom of his foot in disbelief, then took a step forward with his other foot. Dong! Another loud sound rang out, and the tunnel shook again. Well, what's going on? Guzhen was surprised. He wanted to lift his leg again, but Ci Hui was looking into the distance. He cried out involuntarily, Grandmaster, you look over there." Boom! Another loud sound. This time, Guzhen's leg didn't land on the ground. Guzhen immediately understood and hurriedly turned to look. Guzhen's expression changed greatly when he saw what was going on. In the tunnel 200 feet away, a giant had appeared out of nowhere. This giant was several hundred zhang tall. Its huge body was suitable for walking in this enormous passage. Only now did Ci Hui and Guzhen realize that the passage was so enormous that it was meant for this giant to pass through. Chapter 3440. When Ci Hui saw the giant, she called out without hesitation, "Grandmaster, run." However, after controlling the cloud to fly for a while, he didn't see Guzhen following him. When he looked back, not only did Guzhen not follow him, he even controlled the cloud to meet the giant. "Grandmaster!" Ci Hui shouted, "We're all seriously injured now. How can we fight? It's better to hide first." However, Guzhen didn't care about Ci Hui at all. He waved the demon subduing pestle in his hand in the air, and his flying speed increased again. Ci Hui stood in the air, biting her lips. After a moment of hesitation, she waved her hand, and the short sword drew a cold light in the air. She sighed and said, "Forget it. Since I've decided, so be it." Then, Ci Hui controlled the cloud to chase after the giant. Thump, thump. The giant's footsteps became more frequent, and he was getting closer to Ci Hui. At this moment, Ci Hui saw clearly that the giant was covered in a layer of aqua blue armor. Not only did the armor cover the giant's body, but the helmet on his head also covered the giant's entire face. She couldn't see the giant's face clearly at all. The armor even covered the giant's hands and feet, and not a trace of skin was exposed. Just as Ci Hui was sizing up the giant, there was a buzzing sound, and the Buddhist light around Gu Zhan's body shone brightly. Then, Gu Zhan's body began to expand. Obviously, he was going to use the golden Buddha body. Ci Hui couldn't help but cry out, "Grandmaster, you can't use the golden Buddha body in your current situation. Earlier in the passage, your golden Buddha body was on the verge of collapse. If you force it now, I'm afraid you won't be able to humph. Isn't the collapse of my golden Buddha body what you wanted?" Gu Zhan sneered. "Didn't you bring me here so that I could act as your vanguard? If I die in the hands of this giant, won't the ancient Buddha shrine be yours?" "Grandmaster?" Ci Hui's expression changed greatly, and she hurriedly argued, "You've misunderstood. How could I know there was a giant here? I only sensed the ancient Buddha shrine. Although the ancient Buddha shrine is an ancient item, it's still a relic. Don't tell me you've forgotten that I'm a guardian who can devour relics. Even with old Na's lotus cultivation base, I can't sense Tsai. How do you know?" Gu Zhan stared at the giant as he flew, then sneered. "This ancient Buddha fortune might be useful to this old monk, but wouldn't it be even more useful to you? How could this old monk not know what you're thinking? Martial Ancestor really doesn't know what disciple is thinking." Ci Hui's face revealed a bitter smile. "All right, I really don't know what you're thinking, and I don't want to know," Gu Zhan said indifferently. "But since you don't covet the ancient Buddha Kylie, let this old monk see your sincerity. This old monk has spent a lot of effort to get here, so I won't return empty-handed." Ci Hui's mouth was extremely bitter. She nodded and said, "Yes, disciple will let Grandmaster understand. Disciple will absolutely not fight with Grandmaster over this." Speaking of this, Ci Hui seemed to have suddenly realized something. She looked at Gu Zhan in disbelief and shouted, "Rack my brains? Grandmaster, could it be that the little monk's story?" Seeing Ci Hui's enlightened expression, Gu Zhan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "That's right. I can't believe you can think of something like this. If it weren't for this story, would Benefactor Xian and Monk Ti Pu have willingly come to the Mystic Water Palace? This is an ancient array. Who would have the guts to come here if they weren't at the 6th or 7th level of origin energy? It's already good that we were lucky enough to get here. Xian, and Ti Pu. I'm afraid they've already died in the passage." Forget it. Ci Hui sighed. Poor junior brother Ti Pu. When he warned this old monk thought he was being too petty. But now it seems the human heart is not what it used to be. Even a Buddhist disciple has a human heart inside him. What did the little monk Ti Pu say? Gu Zhan looked up at the giant who was still far away and asked calmly. "Nothing." Ci Hui's voice was already calm, as if she had accepted Gu Zhan's change. She said indifferently, "He only said to be careful of Grandmaster." Although Ci Hui emphasized the word Grandmaster, Gu Zhan was not moved. He only said, "It doesn't matter if you don't say it. Anyway, the little monk is dead. No one will know what happened here." Ci Hui asked indifferently again, "Grandmaster, are you really going to devour this disciple, Sarira?" Tisk. Gu Zhan stuck out his tongue and licked it. With the ancient Buddha Sarira, this old monk naturally won't have any ideas about you. You've forged a Bodhi Sarira. In this life, you'll definitely attain the Buddha fruit of Bodhisattva. This old monk doesn't dare to be delusional. However, if you want to attain the Buddha fruit, you must escape today. This old monk doesn't think you can safely return to the passage now. As for whether you can defeat the giant, that depends on your luck. If you can't even defeat the giant, then your Buddha fruit is illusory." Hearing that Gu Zhan didn't intend to devour her Sarira, Huey's expression became slightly better. She looked at the giant and said, "No matter what you think, Grandmaster, you don't have to say what you've done. Since Grandmaster has protected my Buddhist sect and done a meritorious deed for my Pure Land world, then this disciple is willing to lend Grandmaster a hand. Fight the giant and get the Saraira. Don't say those useless things. Let's fight." Guzhan waved the demon's subduing pestle in his hand and said, "This giant is very strange. It doesn't have the pressure of an ordinary Tao cultivator. It doesn't even have any magic power fluctuations. It's really an unfathomable person. You and I may not be its opponent. I'm afraid this is the place of nirvana for us. War puppet." Suddenly, Hui thought of something and said in shock, "Oh no, this is a war puppet of the Tao sect." "War puppet?" Guzhan narrowed his eyes and seemed to understand. He said in a low voice, "Is it the war puppet and general puppet of the Confucian cultivators?" "Yes, if this disciple is right, this must be a war puppet of the Tao sect." Hui nodded and said, "How can an ordinary cultivator have such a tall Dharma idol? Even if it's a Dharma idol, it can't be so heavy. Unless it's a war puppet tempered by an ancient secret technique. Its body is made of materials that have been tempered thousands of times. No magic weapon or Buddhist treasure can break it." That's good." Guzhan showed a rare smile on his face. "Since it's not a real Tao cultivator and is just a dead object, I still have a way to deal with it. Although we Buddhist sect disciples abstain from eating meat and fish, the magic weapon in my hand is not to be trifled with. Grandmaster, don't underestimate it. The Tao sect's magic power is boundless." Hui hurriedly shouted when he saw that the giant war puppet had run to 100 feet away from them, and the thick spear in its right hand was already waving. The wind was calling, and the flashing cold light was about to reach them. Sadly, before he could finish his words, Guzhan's golden Buddhist statue, which was over 100 feet long, had already flown up into the air. Guzhan's thick arm reached out, and under the effect of his willpower, the alms bowl that he had been holding in his hand flew up into the air. At the same time, Guzhan interrupted him. "It's useless to say more. Fight!" As the alms bowl flew up into the air, a golden light was emitted from the alms bowl and instantly covered the war puppet. When the golden light fell, the war puppet didn't resist at all. "Withdraw." Guzhan was not happy but frightened. He was already nervous, but he still formed a seal with one hand and chanted a mantra. As the Buddhist seal fell, the golden light in the alms bowl became brighter and the suction force also increased greatly. However, the war puppet didn't seem to have noticed the golden light and didn't stop at all. It kept moving forward and the long spear even sped up. Guzhan hurriedly moved back and activated his psyche power again. Unfortunately, although the suction force of the alms bowl was strong, it only made the war puppet's limbs float slightly. If he didn't take the whole war puppet into the alms bowl, he couldn't do it. Rise, rise, rise. Seeing that the ordinary method didn't work, Guzhan slapped his head and roared 3 times. Above his head, another Buddhist light soared into the sky and turned into a golden lotus, which fell on the alms bowl. Buzz, buzz. The alms bowl, the Buddhist treasure of the Buddhist sect, actually produced a rumbling sound, just like the magical treasure of the Taoist sect. The Buddhist light that rushed out from the alms bowl turned into tiny lotuses that fell on the body of the battle avatar. Soon after, dragon roars came out from the lotuses. The lotuses shattered and numerous heavenly dragons and strongmen of the Buddhist sect appeared from the shattered lotuses. These heavenly dragons and strongmen of the Buddhist sect revolved around the battle avatar. The entire area of several hundred feet was covered by this Buddhist phenomenon. Good. Seeing that the huge war puppet was slowly lifted into the air by the dragons and strongmen, Hui was secretly delighted. However, before he could put his palms together, the war puppet, which had just risen a few feet, suddenly raised its hand and pierced the alms bowl with a blue spear. "Withdraw," Guzhan sneered and made another seal with one hand. The alms bowl not only expanded, but also strengthened its suction force. the war puppet lost its balance and was sucked several feet higher. Hiss! The battle puppet that hadn't made any sound all this time suddenly released a sound that resembled the hiss of a viper from within its armor. The spear that it had raised actually left its hand, and like a streak of lightning, it struck towards the alms bowl in midair. "You're courting death." Gu Zhen didn't even blink. He pointed his finger, and the alms bowl roared louder and rotated. The Buddhist light also turned into a lotus-shaped vortex around the alms bowl. Puff! With a soft sound, the spear, which was hundreds of feet long, disappeared into the Buddhist light and didn't cause any ripples. It can't be. It's that simple. Ci Hui, who had retreated hundreds of feet, was stunned when she saw the war puppet spear being absorbed by the bone staff. "You come in too." Gu Zhen laughed. "It's just a lifeless war puppet." Before Gu Zhen's laughter died away, something strange happened. In the lotus-shaped Buddhist light, a thin water-blue brilliance emerged like the head of a spirit snake. Then, it expanded and lengthened rapidly, following the trajectory of the spear and falling into the war puppet's hand. Chapter 34-41. What? Oh no! Gu Zhen's laughter stopped abruptly. Before he could react, the war puppet raised its hand again. Bang! With a loud bang, the Buddha's light on the alms bowl disappeared. Not only did the countless heavenly dragons and strong men disappear instantly, but the alms bowl also shrank rapidly. Swoosh! The poisonous water in the alms bowl immediately fell from the air. Looking at the water again, the shrunken alms bowl had been pierced by the long spear, and a blue spear tip came out from the bottom of the alms bowl. Gu Zhen's expression changed greatly. He clenched his teeth and ignored the alms bowl. He raised his hand again and placed it on top of his head. Puff! Another Buddha's light soared into the sky. Kill! With a roar, Gu Zhen's Buddha's light turned into a 30-meter-long palm. It dodged the long spear and hit the puppet directly. The puppet hurriedly shook the long spear to get rid of the alms bowl. However, the alms bowl had its own universe. How could it be thrown away so easily? Seeing that the long spear couldn't be pulled back in a short time, the puppet's left hand flashed with blue light. The long spear gradually became thinner and shorter, while its right hand clenched into a fist and hit the huge palm in the air. Oh no! Ci Hui naturally understood that the long spear was so powerful. How could it be an ordinary weapon? If Ci Hui guessed correctly, it must be a magic treasure of the Taoism sect. Ci Hui didn't dare to be careless. She hurriedly used her remaining psyche power to send a message. She didn't know whether Gu Zhen heard the message or not. At this moment, with a loud bang, Gu Zhen's huge palm was smashed by the puppet's right fist. At the same time, the puppet was also slapped down by the huge palm. When the puppet fell to the ground, the whole passage shook. The long spear was also taken back by the puppet. However, Ci Hui saw that the puppet's right hand was broken. Gu Zhen's huge palm was a blow from the Buddhist sect's Lotus Realm Guardian. It was not easy for the puppet to block it. Although the huge palm was effective against the puppet, Ci Hui didn't feel happy. She knew that Gu Zhen didn't have the psyche power to use the huge palm now. As expected, Gu Zhen roared again, kill. The demon-subduing pestle in Gu Zhen's hand drew a yellow light in the air and smashed toward the puppet's right hand. Seeing that Gu Zhen's Dharmakaya body, which was much taller than him, was still like a child in front of the puppet, Ci Hui had mixed feelings. If it was before, she might be able to fight it. But now, how could she fight? Woo! An extremely ear-piercing and sharp sound resounded abruptly, and it was precisely the sound of the combat puppet brandishing its spear. Ci Hui's heart, with the impulse of hot blood gushing out her body. Umeba! Ci Hui hurriedly activated the Buddhist sect's supernatural power. A loud Buddhist chant came out from her mouth. Immediately, the Buddhist light around her body shone brightly. She tried her best to restrain her chi and blood. How could it be so powerful? Ci Hui didn't expect that the puppet's attack could be a sound attack. She was shocked, but when she swept the long spear, she was even more shocked. She saw traces of black and white light flashing in the air where the long spear passed. Although the light flashed and disappeared, we could see that the puppet's attack had the tendency of tearing the void apart. It was not a coincidence that the alms bowl was broken. How could the current hymn, or even Guzhan, withstand such a powerful attack? Moreover, the long spear was extremely fast, and its attack range was wide. Although Guzhan had already flown up and attacked the long spear with his demon-subduing pestle, he couldn't compare with the long spear in terms of momentum and power. The long spear was like a blue rainbow bridge. It had already arrived in front of Guzhan. It seemed that the long spear could pierce through Guzhan's golden body in a few breaths. Guzhan's fighting style was purely using his weakness against the enemy's strength. Grandmaster, we didn't dare to be careless. The Buddhist seal in her left hand burst out, and the sword in her right hand also waved. Waves of psyche power rushed out, and the Buddhist seal turned into a big hand that slapped at the puppet's arm. The Buddhist light on the sword surged, and thousands of heavenly flowers and fairies appeared indistinctly. Then, a shadow came out of the sword and slashed at the puppet's arm. Boom! Guzhan's demon-subduing pestle hit the long spear. As we expected, Guzhan's golden body seemed to have been struck by lightning. While it trembled rapidly, the golden body crashed into the stone wall on the side of the passage. Bang! The golden body crashed into the stone wall, and wisps of golden liquid splashed on it. Before the liquid could flow down the wall, the runes on the huge stone wall overflowed and immediately absorbed the liquid. Guzhan's face was now dark gold, and the expression on his face couldn't be seen clearly. The long spear sent Guzhan flying, but it didn't stop at all. As the puppet flipped its hand, the long spear streaked across the air and stabbed at Guzhan's heart at an angle. Fight! Guzhan shouted and raised the demon-subduing pestle with both hands. His body flew up from the stone wall and met the long spear again. Puff! Puff! 2 weak sounds rang out. It was Huey's Buddhist seal and sword that struck the puppet's arm. Unfortunately, the puppet's arm flashed with a layer of faint blue light. On top of the blue light, the dazzling golden Buddhist seal flashed with an intense brilliance. However, in the blink of an eye, the Buddhist seal disappeared under the blue light. On the contrary, the treasured sword left a shallow wound on the arm of the battle puppet. However, a bright white color surged out from the wound. When the blue color surged out from the wound, the bright white color gradually healed. Huey's attack didn't cause any damage to the puppet, nor did it stop the long spear from hitting Guzhan. It was far weaker than Guzhan's huge palm. Seeing the tip of the long spear approaching, Guzhan raised the demon-subduing pestle with all his strength. Just as it touched the long spear, Guzhan's body flew up involuntarily. Puff! Just as Guzhan was sent flying, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His golden body shrank uncontrollably by more than half. Clearly, Guzhan had been injured by the battle puppet's attack. This is impossible to kill the puppet. Huey's face was pale. He didn't know what to do. He was a Buddhist disciple with 4th grade elemental energy, but he had just passed through a dangerous situation. Now he was at most at the 3rd or 2nd grade. How could he cause any damage to the puppet? Huey pondered, but the puppet didn't give them any time. At this moment, the puppet moved again. Its left hand slightly clenched into a fist, and it punched at Guzhan, who had lost his balance in midair. A gust of wind that wasn't inferior to the long spear suddenly sounded. Grandmaster, be careful, Huey shouted. He grabbed the sword with both hands and used his psychokinesis to hack at the puppet's neck. Good timing. Seeing the puppet's huge fist coming, Guzhan wasn't frightened. Instead, he was happy. He waved his right arm, and the demon-subduing pestle hit the fist again. Bang, kacha! The demon-subduing pestle broke on the puppet's fist into 2 pieces. Under the impact, Guzhan's body flew toward the puppet's face faster than an arrow. Kill! Seeing that he was only a few feet away from the puppet's face, Guzhan's hands formed a Buddhist mudra in front of his chest. With a roar, a brilliant Buddhist light appeared from his hands. Bursts of Sanskrit chants came from the void. The Buddhist mudra, which was at least 3 feet large, flashed in midair and fell on the puppet's head like a spider web. Kacha! The Buddhist mudra hit the puppet's face. The helmet covering the puppet's head made a cracking sound, and cracks appeared instantly. Its weakness is its head. Gujan was exhausted when he sent out the Buddhist mudra. His psychokinesis was exhausted, but he still didn't forget to tell C.I. Hui. Roar! Before C.I. Hui could speak, the puppet seemed to be in great pain. It roared, and the long spear in its hand casually slashed in midair. Rumble! With a loud sound, the long spear actually pierced into the stone wall, and a large piece of green stone was cut off by the long spear. At the same time, the puppet's other fist didn't stop at all. It swept toward where Gujan was. Gujan was happy and scared at the same time. He was happy because he finally found the puppet's weakness. This puppet obviously didn't have spirituality. He only needed to attack the puppet's weakness, and he might be able to kill the puppet. But he was scared because the puppet was so powerful. He had only met the puppet a few times, but he was already injured again. How could he get the ancient Buddha Kylie? Boom! While Gujan was dodging, the puppet's fist hit the stone wall. With a loud sound, all kinds of green stone fragments scattered everywhere. See, Gujan gasped and murmured. Since ancient times, there's a saying that strength can break all spells. This puppet doesn't need any spells. As long as it has this unparalleled strength, who can defeat it? Woo! When Gujan was in a daze, a cold wind blew by his ear again. When he raised his head, a huge shadow appeared on his right like a dark cloud. Left elbow. Suddenly, Gujan realized that the puppet's fist didn't work, so it naturally used its elbow. This puppet actually knows the fist and foot of the Confucian military school. Under the puppet's right elbow, a fierce wind appeared in the passage. The wind made Gujan lose the courage to breathe. He hurriedly made a mudra with both hands, trying to block the elbow that seemed to be able to smash him into meat paste. Gujan really didn't have any psychokinesis now. As soon as the Buddhist mudra was formed, the puppet's left elbow attacked Gujan. With just a light touch, the Buddhist light around Gujan disappeared. Gujan's whole body was hit like a bullet again, and he fell on the stone wall with a scream. When Gujan's golden body touched the stone wall, it shrank by half again, and his face became even paler. What a pity! Gujan couldn't help sighing when he saw the puppet's right arm being hit and also trembling. The Buddhist light transformed by the Buddhist mudra fell on the puppet's right elbow, and the puppet's right arm immediately became stiff. He knew that his psychokinesis was insufficient, so he couldn't make a similar Buddhist mudra again. This combat avatar was incomparably huge, and the materials used to refine it were definitely rare and precious. Only by breaking the elbows and knees of this combat avatar would he be able to defeat it. In order to completely smash the puppet, he needed his Buddhist palm, but would he have a chance to use it again? Chapter 3442. Grandmaster, saving your life is more important. Don't fight. C.I. Hui was nearby. Seeing the battle puppet's arrogance, the stone wall shattered, and Gujan's golden body withered, C.I. Hui hurriedly shouted, "Battle puppets are good at fighting. We don't have psychokinesis now." Gujan sneered. "If my psychokinesis wasn't exhausted, why would I do this? If you have a heart, why don't you offer your Saraira? You said it very well earlier that you would help me get the ancient Buddha Saraira. Now is the time for you to help me. Offer your Bodhi Saraira. After I swallow it, and add more psychokinesis, I'll be able to kill this battle puppet with Buddha palm." C.I. Hui clenched his teeth. Without any hesitation, his face showed a kind of desperation. Then he cried out miserably, "Okay, Grandmaster knows. It's not that I don't want to offer my Saraira, but what?" Gujan sneered, "But you also want the ancient Buddha Saraira, right?" Alas! C.I. Hui sighed and took a few steps back. He patted his forehead and chanted, "Namo Amit Ba, a Buddha light flashed above C.I. Huey's head, and a human-shaped Sarira flew out from his Niwan palace. Although this relic was in the shape of a human, this human form was extremely damaged. Not only was its head missing, but its limbs were also missing. Its body was riddled with holes, and it was no different from a beehive. Looking at the fourth-grade lotus platform below the relic, it was also shattered like broken cotton. If it wasn't for the dim Buddha light that formed the human shape, it would be impossible to tell that this was a human-shaped Sarira. Guzhan was surprised to see the human-shaped Sarira. He shouted, "Si Hui, why is your Sarira so broken?" Guzhan raised his head slightly and looked at the broken Bodhi Sarira. He answered faintly. In the passage, Grandmaster showed his invincible power to kill the strange insects. I was helpless and could only use the Sarira to attract the insects. Guzhan's voice trembled. He didn't expect C.I. Hui to make such a big sacrifice. After all, Sarira was the foundation of a Buddha's cultivation. Moreover, C.I. Hui Sarira was the Bodhi Sarira, which was the proof of his attainment in this life. C.I. Hui's actions were clearly for the sake of saving Guzhan, and she had tossed her current life's attainment beyond the 9 heavens. Since this disciple has already promised Grandmaster, I can naturally give this relic to Grandmaster to consume today. C.I. Hui looked at the blue light flashing rapidly around the puppet as it struggled to break free from the shackles on its arm. She said indifferently, "Moreover, this disciple originally planned to do so. However, martial ancestor psyche force is currently lacking. Even if I deliver the relic, I'm afraid martial ancestor will be unable to execute the Buddha's palm again. In the end, you still can't bear to..." Guzhan sneered again. C.I. Hui paid no attention to Guzhan's ridicule and continued to say, "Disciple will use my own strength to stop the war dolls and help Grandmaster obtain the ancient Buddha's fortune. Of course, whether or not martial ancestor can obtain it will depend on martial ancestor's fortune." With that, C.I. Hui waved her hand, and the azure lion she was sitting on appeared out of thin air. C.I. Hui then said, "Martial ancestor, this azure lion has accompanied disciple in cultivation for many years. If martial ancestor is able to leave, please take it with you." Roar! The azure lion roared angrily, and auspicious clouds appeared under its feet as it charged towards the war dolls. "Silly child," C.I. Hui softly reprimanded. "Our fate has come to an end. Don't be angry." Roar! The azure lion let out a sorrowful cry, but it didn't dare to disobey C.I. Hui's words. It obediently lay down in the air, and tears dripped from its eyes. "C.I. Hui, what are you doing?" Guzhan frowned slightly and asked in confusion. But before C.I. Hui could answer, a low hiss sounded again. Dong! The passage shook again. The war dolls had already broken free from their shackles and were walking towards the two people. C.I. Hui didn't pay attention to it. She waved her left hand, and half of the green lotus root fell into her hand. She pointed her hand at the top of her head and chanted, "The green lotus burns my body. The Sarira helps me to live forever. The flesh serves the lotus platform. The golden body protects Buddhism." Before C.I. Hui's chanting fell, the sound of Sanskrit resounded in the passage, and countless tiny heavenly flowers appeared out of thin air. When C.I. Hui's body touched the top of her head, it immediately collapsed, transforming into tiny lotuses. These lotuses flashed with 7-colored Buddhist light and rushed towards the Bodhi Sarira in the air. Guzhan didn't understand at first, but suddenly turned pale with fright. He shouted, "This is the flesh lotus of the Xiong sect. You don't want the cultivation of 9 lives? You don't want to enter reincarnation? You don't want to attain Buddhism?" Guzhan asked no 3 times in a row. Obviously, he was extremely puzzled by C.I. Hui's action. C.I. Hui's body had already transformed into half of a lotus, but his voice still came, "Grandmaster has given up a lot in her life to protect Buddhism. Now that her state of mind has been possessed by the devil, I'm afraid that she can't attain Buddhism in the future." This ancient Buddha Sarira is what Grandmaster needs in this life. If Grandmaster can fulfill her wish, she will definitely be able to kill the devil in her heart. If she can keep a useful protector for Buddhism, how can I not attain Buddhism? C.I. Huey's voice wasn't loud, but it was extremely clear in the cadence of the Sanskrit words. There was no solemnity, only a faint calmness. This calmness, together with the sky, spread throughout the entire passage, even penetrating the stone walls. As a protector of Buddhism, Guzhan obviously couldn't understand C.I. Huey's actions. He knew very well the drawbacks of the flesh lotus of the Xiang sect. C.I. Hui turned his body into a lotus and sent it into the Sarira. Although the Bodhi Sarira was completed, C.I. Huey's body was gone. C.I. Hui had no chance to enter reincarnation. His body, and even the negative karma condensed by the Sarira, had completely ended in this life. Even if he had the chance to enter Buddhism again, he would no longer be C.I. Hui. Moreover, if C.I. Hui didn't enter reincarnation, how could he become a human again? In these few breaths, C.I. Huey's body completely disappeared, and the Bodhi Sarira gradually became full again. In particular, the fourth grade lotus was complete. C.I. Huey's voice came from the Bodhi Sarira. Amit Ba. Grandmaster, take care. As long as you have kindness in your heart, a protector is also a Buddha. Before his voice died away, C.I. Huey's Bodhi Sarira flashed rapidly, turning into a 7-colored lotus and falling towards the approaching war puppet out of thin air. Hiss! The war puppet's long spear suddenly pierced out. The tip of the spear that could tear the void fell on the colorful lotus, but it missed. The lotus covered the war puppet's head without any suspense. Whoosh! At the critical moment, the war puppet suddenly dodged to the left. When the lotus fell, it hit the right side of the war puppet. Swish! The sound was softer than the sound of the poisonous water falling from the alms bowl. The 7-colored lotus turned into a rainbow and rushed into the war puppet's body. Boom! Like a high wall collapsing, the entire right side of the war puppet's body completely collapsed. In a moment, 60% of its body was peeled off from the war puppet's body. Kill! Seeing that C.I. Hui had succeeded, Guzhan urged his body to move again, forming a madra with his little psyche power, and hit the war puppet's head again. Woo! At the same time, the rainbow rushed out of the war puppet. It was abnormally dim, but this rainbow was like a kind and unyielding war soul. With a turn, it rushed towards the war puppet again. Unexpectedly, the war puppet shook the long spear in its left hand, and the whole spear turned into a big hand in an instant, covering the rainbow. Hiss! The war puppet hissed, and the big hand suddenly shrank. In a flash, the rainbow was condensed into a thumb-sized crystal bead. Then, the war puppet swung its hand, and the crystal bead turned into a trace in the air, hitting Guzhan's Buddhist madra. This war puppet actually knew how to give someone a taste of their own medicine. Bang! With a loud sound, the crystal bead condensed by C.I. Huey's Dharma power broke Guzhan's Buddhist madra. Without any delay, it immediately rushed into the stone wall behind Guzhan, and a huge crack appeared on the stone wall. Guzhan's body was even knocked back, and he slumped to the ground after hitting the stone wall. Whoosh! With the same sound of flowing water, the rainbow crystal bead that had sunk into the stone wall unyieldingly rushed out again and hit the war puppet's face. However, the war puppet raised its hand tightly and immediately grasped the crystal bead. This time, the war puppet did not hesitate. The war puppet closed its hand, and with a crack, the crystal bead was instantly crushed. When the crystal bead turned into rainbow-colored fireflies and scattered in the air, the Sanskrit chants that had filled the sky just now suddenly stopped. Guzhan struggled hard, but he could not stand up. He stared at the rainbow-colored fireflies, and he knew clearly that C.I. Hui did not exist in this world anymore. Boom! Right at this moment, something unexpected happened. Only about 30 meters away from Guzhan, an extremely dazzling blue light shone from the aqua blue wall. The light was like a bright moon, and Guzhan couldn't help but close his eyes. In the bright moon, a figure walked out with the light, and the huge stone wall collapsed in the light. Guzhan paled in fright. He could not help but squeeze himself against the wall, as if that was the only way to protect himself. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the figure, trying to get a better look at him. The figure was only 8 feet tall, and his eyes were slightly closed in the light. His body flashed with rainbow-colored brilliance. Looking from afar, he was a full-bodied heavenly court, and a rainbow-colored monk's robe was draped over his body, with thousands of golden runes flowing and flashing on it. Looking at the figure's head, the 5 buns on his hair were very eye-catching. However, Guzhan only glanced at the figure's appearance before his eyes fell on the figure's hands again. The figure's hands were not clasped together, but raised slightly. In his left hand was a green lotus, and in his right hand was a treasured sword. It was no different from C.I. Huey's sword. This is the ancient Buddha rainbow. Guzhan was shocked at first, but then he came to his senses and exclaimed while looking at the rainbow-colored light. Now that he had seen the ancient Buddha rainbow, how could Guzhan control himself? He struggled to fly up from the ground, but unfortunately, before he could stand up, the fireflies that had been crushed by the war puppet rushed into the rainbow-colored ancient Buddha rainbow, like swallows returning to their nest. Chapter 3443. The moment the shattered fireflies touched the ancient Buddha relic, they immediately fused with it. Like adding the finishing touch, the flamboyant, 7-colored brilliance suddenly converged. The luster around the ancient Buddha relic gradually turned white, just like an ordinary physical body. What was special was that the light gradually gathered at the back of the relic's head. The face turned red with red lips and white teeth. Relic's eyes, which were originally closed, suddenly opened. His eyes were first filled with confusion, then clarity, and a look of great enlightenment flashed across his eyes. At the same time, a loud and clear noise resounded throughout the entire passage. Buddhist lights and Sanskrit chants resounded everywhere. Countless heavenly flowers appeared out of thin air and circled around Nelly. Numerous heavenly maidens danced in the air along with countless heavenly dragons. Between the heavenly dragon and the heavenly maiden, there were countless flashes of Buddha's radiance. In the Buddha's radiance, there were illusions of small kiliocosms appearing one after another. The Buddha's radiance illuminated these illusions. In the Sanskrit chants, there seemed to be thousands of Buddhas chanting, Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva. This is what I heard. For a time, the Buddha gave his tree to the Garden of Solitude in the Shi-Wei Kingdom, along with 8,000 monks of the Great Bhikkhu, Elder Sariputra, Mahakassapa, and so on. There were 16 bodhisattvas, mahasattvas, virtuous tribulation, 1,000 bodhisattvas, and Maitreya was at the top. There were also 1,200 bodhisattvas from the other side. The Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva was the leader. Then, the Venerable One of the world entered Samadhi at night. His Samadhi was called All-Light. Once he entered Samadhi, his body would emit golden light. Its bright light shone brightly on the Jadori forest, like a golden color, circling around and illuminating the Manjushri room, turning into 7 layers of golden platforms. On each platform, there were 500 Buddha transformation altars. In front of Shi Wenshu's room, 507 treasures lotus flowers were naturally born. They were as round as a wheel, with silver as the stem. Emaoza's mandala was its platform, and the variegated pearls were its whiskers. Its flowers illuminate the abode of the Buddha. When it exits the abode, it enters the abode of Manjushri. Amitabha, ancient Buddha Tsili, who was now like a living person, chanted amidst the Sanskrit chanting. Return to life, true, wonderful, and auspicious, I recite according to the teachings of yoga. Body, mouth, mind, karma, vajra, tathagata, 3 secret doors. Practitioners should have the heart of Samanabhadra, and teachers should receive the diamond precepts. Only by being merciful in spite of one's life can one enter the wheel of liberation. Today, my merit is complete, and I can repay the Bodhisattva's body. You should be called Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva. Before Manjushri Bodhisattva's voice died away, the light behind him emitted a brilliant Buddha's light. The Buddha's light soared into the sky, ignoring the roof of the Xianshui Palace and the ancient magic formation. It rushed out of the Saint River. It pierced straight through the void. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook, and the wind and clouds changed colors. Endless power of faith poured out from the Buddha's light like a waterfall. The golden body of the Manjushri Bodhisattva became even more plump and even taller. It didn't stop until it was about 8 feet tall. However, the power of faith didn't stop. It continued to gather like crystal threads and rushed into the light behind Manjushri's head. How could Monk Guzhun not know the cause and effect of this? A bitter smile appeared on his face. He put his palms together and knelt on the ground with difficulty. He had mixed feelings in his heart. Amapa, Manjushri Bodhisattva chanted again and looked up. His eyes were filled with infinite wisdom. The Bodhisattva looked at Guzhun, who knelt on the ground, and slightly raised the green lotus in his left hand. A ray of Buddha's light fell and covered Guzhun. Inside the Buddha's light, Guzhun's injuries healed at a visible speed. The power of faith that had disappeared was even more turbulent than before. Then, the Bodhisattva waved his right hand, and the sword flashed in the air. The brave and invincible battle puppet was instantly shattered into pieces. The indigo lion that was curled up near Guzhun now had an indigo cloud under its feet and flew into the air. Manjushri Bodhisattva put away the green lotus and sword and stepped on the indigo lion, sitting cross-legged. The indigo lion roared in the air. As the Buddha's light rose higher, the endless power of faith continued to pour into the light. However, the Buddha's light gradually disappeared, and all the strange phenomena disappeared in front of Guzhun's eyes. When the Buddha's light disappeared, C.I. Hui, who had attained the Buddha's fruit of Manjushri Bodhisattva of no great wisdom, also left. Guzhun knelt on the ground and waited for a long time before he slowly got up. His dim eyes glanced at the messy tunnel, and then fell on the broken battle puppet. He stared at it for a while, as if he was recalling the days when he fought with Manjushri Bodhisattva. Then he raised his head and looked at the stone wall where the ancient Buddha Sarira rushed out. He said to himself in a slightly sad voice, "The Bodhi Sarira is really amazing. Since it has attained the fruit in this life, it won't fall into the reincarnation cycle and won't stay in the next life. This C.I. Hui is really scheming." Since he knew that the ancient Buddha Sarira was left by him in his previous life, he waited here for his 9 lives of merit to be fulfilled. He even said that he wanted to give the ancient Buddha Sarira to me. I took the risk to enter this ancient magic formation and risk my life to get out of the tunnel. It turns out that I've made a wedding dress for someone else. Since C.I. Hui has attained the Buddha's fruit of Bodhisattva, then where is my merit? Could it be that because I'm a Buddhist protector, I don't deserve C.I. Hui's merit? The more Guzhun thought about it, the more puzzled he became. His face showed a trace of ferocity. He had forgotten that C.I. Hui had been good to him. C.I. Hui had sensed the origin of the ancient Buddha Sarira and wanted to fulfill his wish by leading him to this place again and again. C.I. Hui even sacrificed his body at the last moment and used the secret technique of Xiang's sect to save him. C.I. Hui wanted to help Guzhun become a protector. However, Buddha's fate was Buddha's fate. The ancient Buddha Sarira was similar to the Taoist sect's Ningxi treasure. If it was C.I. Hui's, it was C.I. Hui's. If it wasn't Guzhun's, even if Guzhun encountered it, he wouldn't be able to obtain it. If it was fate, they would meet even if they were thousands of miles apart. If it wasn't fate, then so be it. In particular, C.I. Hui gave up her physical body and secretly followed the Buddhist principles. She combined her spiritual wisdom and the Sarira into one. Finally, she achieved success in this life with a single thought. Unfortunately, such a living fruit of a thought, and C.I. Huey's mercy didn't wake Guzhan up. Instead, it aroused the hostility in his heart and poked at his sore spot, causing him to be endlessly agitated. The hole in the stone wall that the ancient Buddha Sarira rushed out of was huge. Inside, there was a faint Buddha's light flashing. Guzhan looked at it for a moment and pondered for a moment. Then, he urged the cloud to enter the hole. Behind the stone wall was an even bigger hall. The hall was empty, other than a tall stone pillar in the center of the hall and a huge oil lamp floating on top of the pillar. There was nothing else. Guzhan flew to the top of the stone pillar and looked around. His eyes flashed with astonishment. This was an oval-shaped hall. The surrounding stone walls and the dome above were the same as the stone walls in the tunnel. They were all made of huge green stones. However, what was different was that these green stones didn't glow with the same aqua blue brilliance as the tunnel. Instead, a layer of Buddha's light overflowed from them. Under the Buddha's light, there were many scenes of the Buddha kingdom engraved on the green stones. In the gaps of the Buddha scenes, there were also many densely packed Sanskrit characters. They were like bats, and also like incantations that connected these Buddha pictures together. Looking at the dome, there was another 10,000 Buddhas painting. However, although the Buddhas in this 10,000 Buddhas painting had different images and postures, each Buddha's face was filled with a kind of solemnity and benevolence. It was far from the solemn and stirring 10,000 Buddhas painting in the Buddhist ruins of the Dawn Rain mainland. In the center of the 10,000 Buddhas painting, there was another image of an ancient temple. Sitting cross-legged in the ancient temple was the Namo Master Shakyamuni Buddha. To the left and right of the Buddha were the Namo Master Shakyamuni Buddha and the Namo Dipankara Archaic Buddha. Under the three Buddhas of the future, present, and past stood countless bodhisattvas and arhats. Around the ancient temple, flowers bloomed, heavenly dragons roamed, and heavenly maidens danced. It was truly a solemn scene. Guzhan's gaze swept past the 10,000 Buddhas painting and the ancient temple's Buddha scenes. Finally, his gaze landed on a bodhisattva in front of the Buddha. This bodhisattva was the Namo, Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva, who had the same appearance as the golden body in the tunnel. Ha ha! Guzhan laughed inexplicably. He laughed so hard that tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. After he stopped laughing, he cried out in sorrow, "I, Guzhan, have followed the Buddha for more than 200 years. Every day I've racked my brains. Although I've never chanted any scriptures or worshipped Buddha, I've always disregarded my own life. In my eyes, all devils and heretics deserve to be killed. I'm a Buddhist who exterminates devils and protects Buddha. Why do I have Buddha in my heart, but no path beneath my feet?" Thinking of this, Guzhan prostrated himself on the stone pillar and kowtowed hard. He cried, "Buddha, oh Buddha, I know this is the place where the golden body of the Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva is enshrined. It's also the place where the Buddha is wise enough to see. I kowtow here sincerely. I hope the Buddha will show me the path under my feet. How can I attain fruition? How can I?" At this moment, before Guzhan could finish speaking, an old voice rang out from the oil lamp above his head. "Little monk, do you want to become a Buddha?" "Who?" Guzhan's body stiffened. He almost blurted it out, but then panic appeared on his face. He hurriedly kowtowed again and cried, "Buddha, please forgive me." However, before he could finish his words, he jumped up from the stone pillar again. He formed a seal with both hands and stared at the oil lamp suspended in the air above his head. This oil lamp was different from the usual ones. It was a round plate a few feet in size. There was no wick on the plate, only a faint layer of bright yellow flame burning on it. The brilliance was very uniform. It shone on the ceiling of the hall, illuminating the million Buddha's picture in the ancient temple. Guzhan knew this was a longevity lamp. It was used to enshrine the golden body of the Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva. He had some grudges against Manjushri Bodhisattva before, so he didn't look at it carefully. Now, He had to look at it again. The longevity lamp was sky blue. The bottom was still engraved with the golden body of the Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva. However, Manjushri Bodhisattva wasn't holding a sword or a green lotus, nor was he riding on an indigo lion. Instead, he formed a seal with both hands and walked in the void. Chapter 3444. What puzzled Gujan the most was that there were no Sanskrit words anywhere else on the longevity lamp. There were also no images of heavenly maidens or heavenly dragons. Instead, there were layers upon layers of jade, which looked like thousands of tiny clouds. Under the blue light of the longevity lamp, the jade clouds shone with a blue brilliance. It was a rather strange sight. Gujan rolled his eyes slightly. Following his gaze, the clouds started to float as if they were covered by the longevity lamp. "Who are you?" Gujan had calmed down and didn't dare to move. He just stared at the longevity lamp and shouted, "Since you're here, why don't you come out to meet me?" "Sir?" "Ha ha." The voice laughed loudly and sounded very cheerful. "Little monk, you should call me benefactor, right? You can't even keep your oral precepts. How can you become a Buddha? Besides, if I'm not dim-sighted, I think I just heard someone here resenting Manjushri, right?" Gujan's expression didn't change as he replied blandly, "I'm a Buddhist Dharma protector. It doesn't matter if I keep my oral precepts or not. As long as I can eliminate demons and protect Buddha for Buddhism, it's a great merit. A Dharma protector doesn't need to keep the precepts of Buddhism." The voice asked curiously, "Why don't I know?" "Benefactor, you're not a disciple of Buddhism, are you?" Gujan didn't answer but asked back, "You don't even know such a simple thing. It doesn't matter whether I'm a disciple of Buddhism or not." The voice said again, "The important thing is that the longevity hall was built by Manjushri's body. Why did he build it at the bottom of the Saint River? Why did he build it in the antiquity times? How did he know to build it to worship his Sarira? I told him all that 100,000 years ago. It is precisely because of this that this old man has been accompanying his relic here for 100,000 years. 100,000? 100,000 years?" Gujan was dumbfounded. Then, a trace of curiosity arose in his heart. "Yes, little monk, do you think it's so easy to attain enlightenment?" Manjushri Bodhisattva was a person of great wisdom and patience. As early as 100,000 years ago, he divided his relics into one and placed it here for worship. Do you know how much loneliness Manjushri had endured after cultivating here for 100,000 years? Manjushri Bodhisattva's body did this 100,000 years ago. Do you know how many times Manjushri Bodhisattva's body reincarnated? Do you know the hardships of cultivation in the mortal world? You have only cultivated for over 200 years. Why do you have to question the Bodhisattva? I. Gujan opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He thought about his own suffering and then thought about C.I. Huey's previous life. She had already started her plan 100,000 years ago. He really wasn't worth mentioning. "Little monk, cultivation is about cultivating the heart, not the body. All the hardships are the tribulations that Buddha imposed on you. Your jealousy, envy, and hatred are all obstacles to your cultivation. If you can't get rid of these obstacles, even if I tell you the secret of Manjushri Bodhisattva's enlightenment and let you divide a Sarira to worship here, you still can't attain enlightenment." The voice was so harsh that Gujan's face turned green and red. "Amit Ba. Thank you, senior." Suddenly, Gujan put his palms together and bowed. "I know I'm wrong. From now on, I'll cut off the anger in my heart and focus on Buddha's way." "Good." The voice was very happy. "If you have such thoughts, I'll do you a great service." After saying that, Gujan didn't say anything else. He moved his body and flew toward the gap in the stone wall. It seemed that he intended to leave. When Gujan came to the edge of the gap, the longevity lamp was still burning. There was no flickering light. It seemed that the lamp didn't care about Gujan's departure. Gujan stepped out of the gap. After a moment of hesitation, he retracted his foot, lowered his head, and flew back. When he landed on the stone pillar, he said in a low voice, Senior, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask it. Guzhan's voice didn't come out for a long time. It was as if it had never appeared. Guzhan panicked. He spoke again, but there was no response from the longevity lamp. With a plop, Guzhan fell to the ground and kowtowed. Senior, I know you're a senior in my Buddhism sect. It was all my fault. I thought this place was the most dangerous place of the mysterious water palace. Senior, your identity is unknown, so I don't dare to believe your words. I left just to test you. Please forgive me. With that, Guzhan kowtowed a few more times with a proper attitude. Alas, forget it. The voice seemed to be helpless. Get up. Who am I? Fly up and see for yourself. If you weren't the first bodhisattva to come here in tens of thousands of years, I wouldn't have helped you. Yes, yes. Hearing the voice, Guzhan finally felt relieved. However, he still didn't dare to fly up. He smiled and said, Since I know my mistake, I don't know who you are. Senior has accompanied Manjushri Bodhisattva for more than 100,000 years. How can you not be a senior of my Buddhism sect? Even if you haven't shaved your head, you're still a senior in my heart. Shave my head? Ha! The voice laughed faintly. I want to shave my head, but other than the Buddhist Lord, who can shave my head? Senior? Guzhan was shocked. He didn't understand what the voice meant. Little monk, come up and see for yourself. The voice said faintly. Guzhan hesitated. He wanted to see the true face of the voice, but he was also afraid that he would be disappointed. Just as he was thinking, the voice said, Little monk, you're truly detestable. Why are you so calculative in your heart? Since you want to get the cultivation method of the Saraira from me, why don't you believe me? Now, I'm giving you a chance to see my true face. Why are you afraid that I'll harm you? I don't dare, I don't dare. Guzhan trembled slightly and said with a smile, I'm not doubting you, Senior. I'm just thinking. I'm a Buddhist Dharma protector. I can't condense the Saraira. Without the Saraira, they can't contain the karma. All my karma and merits can't follow me to reincarnation. How? How can I put the Saraira here? Oh, when did the Buddhist Dharma protector have such a drawback? The voice was surprised. As far as I know, Manjushri was a Buddhist Dharma protector. How can he worship the Saraira here? How can it be? Guzhan was shocked and said hurriedly, How can Manjushri be a Buddhist Dharma protector? Little monk, if your heart is blind, could it be that your eyes are also blind? Didn't you see Manjushri's right hand? The voice seemed to be disappointed and asked, What's the use of the sword in Manjushri's hand? Isn't it used to kill demons and protect Buddha? Oh yes, I didn't think of that. Thinking of Manjushri's thunderous means before he left, Guzhan was shocked again and became more joyful. Little monk, look at the million Buddha painting in the longevity hall. The voice laughed. Not to mention the bodhisattvas. Even the Buddha lords who achieve Buddhahood have swords in their hands. They all have the experience of being Buddhist Dharma protectors. Since they can achieve Buddhahood, why can't you? Really? Guzhan was so happy that his voice trembled. Senior, do you really know this kind of secret skill? Haha, of course. Many bodhisattvas achieved Buddhahood in front of me. The voice laughed. When these bodhisattvas achieve Buddhahood, I can see all their experiences and secret skills. Do you think I know that? Senior, who are you? Guzhan was shocked and asked while staring at the longevity lamp. Little monk, I asked you to come up and have a look. Why don't you come up? Do you want me to invite you? Yes, I'll go over right now. Guzhan didn't dare to delay and hurriedly urged the cloud to fly up. However, when his respectful gaze landed on the longevity lamp, he was stunned again. Inside the longevity lamp, there was only a jade-green flame with a golden flame burning on it. He did not know what the jade-green flame was, but it was as clear as water. He could see through it with a single glance, but there was nothing inside. Senior? Guzhan looked at the longevity lamp and then looked around. He even looked at the million Buddha painting above his head. I'm here. As the old voice spoke again, a ripple appeared within the green light. The ripple gradually increased in size, creating circular ripples within the longevity lamp. In the end, the ripples rotated, causing the flame to move as well. As Guzhan stared, a dark green heavenly dragon flew out from the longevity lamp, spinning in the air. Although Guzhan had already thought of many possibilities, she still couldn't help but cry out in surprise when she saw the heavenly dragon that was exactly the same as the one that flew out when Hui proved the fruit. The heavenly dragon flew out of the longevity lamp, its body burning with golden flames. It circled around the entire palace before landing back into the longevity lamp. The palm-sized dragon had peeked out of the oil lamp, sending flames everywhere. A familiar voice came from the dragon's mouth. "How is it? Little monk, did this old man scare you?" "Say, Senior," Guzhan stuttered. "I was indeed surprised. I didn't expect you to look like this." Guzhan then probed. "Senior, are you really the heavenly dragon of the Buddhist kingdom?" Of course I'm the heavenly dragon." The dragon sighed. His ferocious face made Guzhan feel sorrowful. "If we trace back to our roots, I'm the same as you. We're both protectors of the Buddhist kingdom. No wonder you said you've seen many bodhisattvas attain fruition." Guzhan was enlightened. "So you're a protector for these bodhisattvas." Chapter 3445. Little monk, you're right. Sky Dragon's head floated out of the oil lamp, and his body wandered in the green. "Then, why did you come here? Why did you build this immortal palace for Manjushri?" Guzhan probed carefully. "Alas, Manjushri asked me the same question when he was still a little monk." Sky Dragon laughed bitterly, his voice bitter to the extreme. This old man remembers clearly that this old man was protecting an Arhat Buddha fruit that day, but that Arhat's cultivation was not enough, and he was attacked by the heavenly demon. Sky Dragon, was ordered to protect him, but this old man accidentally fell into the heavenly demon's trap and entered the void crack. Moreover, this crack in the void is very strange. By the time I broke free, I had already arrived at the Pure Land world. I was a sky dragon of the Buddha kingdom, so I couldn't survive in the mortal world. When I was about to vanish, I met the little monk who had just cultivated to the stationary spirit realm. At this point, Sky Dragon's voice was a little long, as if he was recalling the past 100,000 years. Guzhan didn't dare to disturb him, so he listened quietly. His heart was in turmoil again. What the Sky Dragon said was unimaginable. In the hands of Manjushri, a monk in his previous life who had cultivated to the 8th level of Yuanli, there was a pious heart jade, which was the thing inside the oil lamp that Guzhan saw. Guzhan had never heard of this pious heart jade, but this pious heart jade could accommodate the Sky Dragon and prevent him from dissipating in the Pure Land world. Sky Dragon suggested to the monk to use the immortal palace to worship the monk Sarira, to repay his kindness, and to return to the Buddha kingdom. Of course, the Sarira needed to be nourished by the power of faith. The monk chose the Sage River under Sky Dragon's suggestion. Although the monk had reached the 8th level of primary energy, he didn't have the ability to open a Buddhist formation under the Sage River to build the immortal palace. Therefore, he invited a Taoist expert to join him and set up a formation under the Sage River. The immortal town was on one side of the mysterious water palace, which was specially used to worship the Sarira of Manjushri and accumulate the power of faith for the later generations of Manjushri to come here. The benefit of the Sky Dragon was that it could survive at the bottom of the Sage River. When a Manjushri Bodhisattva attained fruition, it would see if it had a chance to return to the Buddha kingdom. The result was just as Guzhan had expected. Tianlong's Buddhist secret art was correct. The monk who was the protector of the Dharma in the past was now reincarnated as Hui. Finally, after 100,000 years, he attained the Buddha fruit of Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva and had the opportunity to forge the 8-Zhang golden body of Bodhisattva. But what made Sky Dragon depressed was that after 100,000 years of waiting, it did not bring him a good opportunity. When Manjushri Bodhisattva achieved fruition, although Sky Dragon had already found the path to the Buddhist kingdom, he still did not have time to enter. You know what? Namo Wise Manjushri Bodhisattva's last look at the Temple of Immortals was for me, Sky Dragon said sadly. It was a kind of helplessness, a kind of apology, and a kind of sadness. After all, this old man has helped him so much. He has attained enlightenment. But this old man cannot return to the Buddhist kingdom. He feels that he owes this old man a lot. However, he is now a Manjushri Bodhisattva. If he wants to cut off his mortal ties, he can no longer help me. But although he has left me another hope. Senior, are you talking about this disciple? Guzhan could not believe it, so he asked tentatively. Sky Dragon smiled. If it's not you, who else can it be? If it's not you, would this old man tell you so much? If it's not you, based on your temperament, would this old man tell you the secret method of achieving fruition? For a moment, Guzhan felt that the lights in the Temple of Immortals were so bright, and the Buddhas in the Million Buddha painting were so amiable. His chest was filled with joy. Little monk, Sky Dragon's words came at the right time. Don't be happy too early. This old man can only tell you the secret method of achieving fruition, and even help you keep the Saraira. But the one who really needs to cultivate is yourself. And you also need to cultivate for at least 100,000 years, like Manjushri Bodhisattva. Think about your temperament. How confident do you think you are? Yes, this disciple understands. Sky Dragon said with difficulty. The more difficult it was, the less Guzhan's doubts were. He hurriedly smiled and said, this disciple can't compare to Bodhisattva's previous life. But this disciple's heart towards Buddhism is not inferior to Bodhisattva's. Not to mention 100,000 years. Even if it's 200,000 years, this disciple will not let go of even the slightest chance of achieving fruition. You're worth teaching. Sky Dragon seemed to be very gratified. His dragon head swayed in the oil lamp. Manjushri Bodhisattva was just as determined back then. Alas, the situation now is so similar to back then. It's just that. Sky Dragon stopped here and dived his head into the pious heart jade, not showing his head for a long time. Guzhan, who was beside the immortal's lamp, became a little impatient. Sky Dragon showed his head again. Guzhan asked impatiently, is there something you're worried about, Senior? Or this disciple can't be cultivated? Alas, it's not like that. Sky Dragon sighed and said, this has nothing to do with you. It's this old man's problem. I'm afraid I can't wait until the day you achieve fruition. Thinking about this old man's interest is waning. Guzhan was shocked and hurriedly asked, Senior, what's going on? Can this disciple do his best for Senior? You? Hee, little monk, forget it. You're only at the Lotus Realm now. You're still far from what I expected. The Sky Dragon shook his head. His voice sounded especially lonely in the spacious hall. Guzhan frowned slightly and suppressed his wildly beating heart. After thinking for a while, he raised his eyebrows and asked tentatively, Senior, are you worried about this pious heart jade? Alas, that's right. Sky Dragon sighed again. Little monk, you're quite considerate. This pious heart jade is what sustains this old man's life. Although I still have a lot of it, I don't know if it can last for 100,000 years. 100,000 years, little monk, not 10 years, 100 years, or even 10,000 years. Senior, why don't you extinguish the flame of the pious heart jade? Guzhan said regretfully. If it could be extinguished, wouldn't Sky Dragon have extinguished it long ago? Why wait until now? As expected, Sky Dragon said with a smile, the pious heart jade is a rare item in this world. The reason you don't know about it is because no one in the Pure Land knows its use. This pious heart jade is only useful to me when it's lit. If it's extinguished, I won't exist in this world anymore. Therefore, Manjushri Bodhisattva forged this longevity lamp and lit it day and night in this longevity hall. Senior, don't worry. Guzhan blurted out almost without hesitation. As long as this disciple escapes from the mysterious water palace, I'll definitely travel all over the 3 great continents to help Senior find this pious heart jade. Little monk, this old man appreciates your kind intentions. If this pious heart jade could be obtained with human strength, why would this old man wait until now? Sky Dragon smiled faintly and shook his head in the pious heart jade. Then, where can I go to get it? Or how can I get it? Guzhan asked without hesitation. Senior, as long as you tell me, this disciple will definitely think of a way. This Sky Dragon seemed to hesitate. After a while, he said, Little monk, Manjushri Bodhisattva mentioned this to me in his past life. There's a place in the Pure Land where the pious heart jade can be found. However, with his spirit-halting realm, he doesn't dare to rashly go there. Don't worry, Senior. Guzhan immediately understood and said with a smile, with Senior's help, even if this disciple can't reach that place now, this disciple still has tens of thousands of years left. This disciple doesn't believe that this disciple can't reach the spirit-halting realm by the time the pious heart jade in this longevity hall is exhausted. At that time, this disciple will definitely go there and help Senior find it. Amit Ba, I'll be happy. Sky Dragon's entire body trembled, and the green in the longevity lamp shook violently. Little monk, with your words, this old man can rest assured. If you can help this old man find the pious heart jade, this old man will help you attain fruition. Good. This disciple is willing to listen to Senior's instructions. Guzhan hastily called out. Ha ha ha. Sky Dragon laughed. Little monk, this old man will make a promise with you today. This old man will help you condense a relic, and you can leave it here, just like Manjushri did 100,000 years ago. Just like before, this old man will help you gather the power of faith. This old man will also teach you the Buddhist kingdom's secret arts and abilities, helping you reach the spirit-halting realm earlier. As for you, after leaving the profound water palace, you must help this old man find the pious heart jade. Especially when you attain fruition, you must help this old man find a way to return to the Buddhist kingdom. As Senior said, this disciple swore a Buddhist oath before the Buddha that this disciple will do his best to find the pious heart jade for Senior. Once I reach the spirit-halting realm, I must enter it. At this point, Guzhan asked in a low voice, May I know where Senior wants this disciple to go? Haha, that's enough. Sky Dragon laughed. As for the specific location, this old man will first help you condense the relic and arrange the Buddhist formation to gather the power of faith. Guzhan was overjoyed when he heard this. He put his palms together and bowed. Amit Ba, this disciple thanks Senior for his kindness. No need to be so polite. Sky Dragon smiled. This plan for you is also for this old man. I only hope that you won't forget this in the future. In the Longevity Palace in the Sage River, there is still a Sky Dragon at death's door protecting you. This disciple doesn't wish to say any more superfluous words. This disciple sincerely hopes that Senior can escape. Even if this disciple can't attain fruition, this disciple will still help Senior out. Guzhan hastily said. Wrong, wrong. Sky Dragon shouted. You must attain fruition. Otherwise, how can this old man possibly escape? You are now one with this old man. Yes, this disciple understands. This disciple understands. At this moment, Guzhan had already forgotten that Hui had taken the initiative and nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Sky Dragon paused for a moment, then smiled. By the way, little monk, you have been talking to this old man for so long. What is your Buddhist name? Chapter 3446. Disciple's Dharma name is Guzhan. Guzhan answered happily. Good, Guzhan. I've spoken so much nonsense. Now, I'll use the Buddhist kingdom's secret technique to condense a relic for you. Sky Dragon said solemnly. However, I'll need to use the Buddhist kingdom's grand technique to extract your karma from the 6 paths of reincarnation. Without the Buddhist kingdom's Buddhist treasure, it won't succeed. Disciple understands. Guzhan naturally knew how difficult it would be. He also knew that Sky Dragon must have a way. After all, Manjushri Bodhisattva's mistake was a good example. Thus, he only answered and waited for Sky Dragon to speak. As expected, Sky Dragon said flatly, When I condensed the relic for Manjushri Bodhisattva, I used a Taoist sex artifact. It's in the mysterious water palace on the other side. Oh. Guzhan was stunned. His eyes darted around, and he said in a low voice that, "Senior, are you talking about the immortal artifact in the mysterious water palace?" Immortal artifact? Oh, yes, yes. In your eyes, it's the Taoist sect's so-called immortal artifact from the immortal world. Sky Dragon was stunned and then nodded. In my eyes, it's just a Dharma artifact. But Disciple heard that the immortal artifact was used to suppress something. Moreover, besides C.I. Hui, there were two other people who entered the mysterious water palace before me. One of them was a woman who came here to see if the person she was looking for was suppressed under the immortal artifact. Haha, that's a false rumor. Sky Dragon laughed. That immortal artifact wasn't suppressing anything or anyone. Think about it. If that immortal artifact was suppressing something, could the person she was looking for be suppressed there? If the person she found could be suppressed there, could the immortal artifact still be called an immortal artifact? That immortal artifact was brought here to condense a relic from Manjushri Bodhisattva's predecessor. When Manjushri Bodhisattva's friend joined forces with him to set up the ancient formation, they also built the mysterious water palace. After an unknown number of years, that expert from the Tao sect returned to the Dark Water Palace and entered into closed-door cultivation for 10,000 years before he ascended. I was by his side when he ascended. Unfortunately, he headed to the Tao sect's immortal world and not the Buddhist sect's Buddhist kingdom. That's why I couldn't find a place I was familiar with even after searching for a long time. After that person ascended, for some unknown reason, he left the mystic artifact, no, the immortal artifact in the profound water palace. Perhaps it was left for a fated person. Little monk Guzhin, are you the fated one? At this point, Sky Dragon chuckled. How strange. Who knows how many people had entered the profound water palace over the years? Forget the profound water palace. Even the longevity palace had quite a number of people. However, they had either died here or returned with broken halberds. Not a single one of them had obtained this item. Little monk, you're really lucky to have met this old man here. Based on this old man's previous experience of using this item, you can easily take it away. But, little monk, don't be greedy. You can use this item in your current life. You'll have to return it to me when you return to the West. This old man might have other uses for it. Haha, senior, you think too much. Guzhin laughed. Even if it's an immortal artifact, it belongs to the Tao sect. I'm the Buddhist sect's Dharma protector. What can I do with it? It's up to you. If you want to use it, take it. If you don't want to use it, just put it somewhere far away after this old man condenses your Saraira. Sky Dragon was getting impatient. This is your own choice. It has nothing to do with me. Yes, I understand. Guzhin's doubts were all gone. Sky Dragon opened his mouth again, and a thumb-sized jade pearl flew out. He said with a smile, "This is the secret technique to control the mystic artifact. That person told Manjushri about it. Now this old man will tell you. Not to mention the Buddhist sect's divine ability, this Buddhist secret technique can also control the immortal world's mystic artifacts." Guzhin took the jade pearl and looked at it. The jade pearl seemed to be able to suck in his soul. He frowned and said, "Senior, why do I use this? This is a Buddhist treasure refined by Manjushri. You only need to use your Buddhist sense to check it," Sky Dragon said with a smile. Guzhin tried to release his Buddhist sense. Sure enough, after a moment, Guzhin's face showed surprise. He asked curiously, "Senior, is this enough? Isn't this too simple? How would this old man know?" Sky Dragon smiled bitterly. This was used by Manjushri in the past, but he was in the stationary spirit realm. You're only in the Lotus Formation realm. I'm afraid you'll have to use more psyche power. Of course, if you can't get the mystic artifact this time, then this old man can't condense your Saraira. You can try again when you're in the stationary spirit realm. Yes, I understand. I'll try. If it doesn't work, then I'll have to wait for the next time. Guzhin had already lost his confidence. The record in the Jade Pearl was too simple. He felt that it must be done by a Buddhist master in the stationary spirit realm. Sky Dragon saw this and comforted him. "It's okay, Guzhin. Go and try. Give yourself some hope. Maybe you'll get a surprise." "Yes, this disciple will go now." Guzhin forced himself to stay alert. He was so close to eating a delicious vegetarian meal. Suddenly, someone asked him for money, but he didn't have a single copper coin in his 100 treasures pouch. "Sigh, poor little monk," Sky Dragon sighed. "This old man shouldn't have given you so much hope." Sky Dragon's figure disappeared into the jade pearl. The jade liquid in the longevity lamp began to rotate. The faint flame also rotated at the same time. Not long after, a small whirlpool appeared in the jade liquid. The whirlpool became bigger and bigger, gradually reaching the bottom of the lamp. At the same time, the flame gradually condensed into a swastika character in the air. Waves of faint Sanskrit chants spun faster and faster. "Go!" A mantra that sounded both Taoist and Buddhist rang out. The swastika character rushed into the whirlpool and hit the bottom of the longevity lamp. Hum! The bottom of the longevity lamp emitted a slight rumbling sound. The layers of clouds under the lamp seemed to have come to life and floated to the top of the pillar. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. There were 81 consecutive sounds. Then, the sound of a bell rang in Guzhan's ears. Golden light flashed in front of Guzhan, and an entrance appeared on the pillar. A long flight of stairs appeared at the entrance. "Go! Once you get that magic item, you'll be able to condense a relic." Sky Dragon's voice was a bit hoarse. He didn't show his head from the jade pearl. Guzhan was full of joy. He landed at the entrance of the pillar and bowed. "This disciple understands. This disciple will be back soon." Guzhan waited for a while, but didn't hear Sky Dragon's voice. He knew that Sky Dragon was too tired and didn't want to wait any longer. He looked at the stairs and quickly walked down. After Guzhan left, the longevity hall regained its tranquility. The longevity lamp continued to burn dimly. It was as though Guzhan had never appeared in the first place. There were so many stairs under Guzhan's feet that he couldn't see the end of them. However, he was in such a good mood that he didn't care how far the stairs were. He knew that as long as he walked down step by step, there would be an end to the stairs. At the end, he would be able to fulfill his wish of condensing a relic in his lifetime. According to Guzhan's knowledge, condensing a relic was very simple for arhats who practiced Buddhist magic because the relic was the foundation of their cultivation. As long as they could step into the dust realm, they would be able to condense a relic. In the future, their Rugu and Bright Pool realms could be reflected in the relic. Different Buddhist mantras had different effects. Some could transform into different golden bodies in different realms, and some could trigger different Buddhist divine abilities in different realms, such as heavenly vision, heavenly hearing, and so on. For ordinary monks who didn't practice Buddhist magic, they could also condense a relic if they were proficient in Buddhist Dharma and Zen theory. However, this kind of relic could only be condensed after the monk had passed away. In other words, after the monk had finished his mortal life. The condensation of this kind of relic depended on Buddhist secret magic. The monk couldn't do it by himself. Of course, this was common sense. There were exceptions. Occasionally, there would be senior monks who were proficient in Buddhist Dharma, but not Buddhist magic who condensed a relic. However, Guzhan also knew that for a guardian like him, even if he was in the Lotus Realm, he couldn't condense a relic. This was because he had too many evil creatures in his hands. The resentment of the creatures he killed was enough to drown his relic, making it impossible for him to go further on the path of Buddhist magic. For this reason, in the Buddhist magic, the mantras for the guardians to practice did not allow the bodhisattvas to condense a relic from the beginning. This prevented the karma of killing creatures from affecting the cultivation of later generations. If he wanted to condense a relic, there was only one way. That was to ask a Buddhist master to condense a relic for him, like ordinary monks when he passed away. However, the possibility of this kind of relic was too small. He didn't practice Buddhist Dharma and couldn't eliminate the karma. The resentment of the creatures who died in his hands would not only destroy his relic, but also implicate the senior monk who performed the magic. No guardian would ask others to do this, and no one would do this for a guardian. These were all known by the guardians at the beginning of their cultivation. However, the Sky Dragon who had just descended from the Buddhist kingdom gave Gujin hope. The Manjushri Bodhisattva, who was also a guardian in his previous life, gave Gujin hope. The Sky Dragon used a Taoist fairy weapon to condense a relic for Gujin when he was alive. Then, he used a Buddhist formation to gather the power of faith to eliminate the karma of the relic and increase the psyche power. This eliminated the drawbacks of the guardians who couldn't condense a relic from several aspects. To Gujin, this was reasonable. Moreover, this method would not affect Gujin's current cultivation. Even if Sky Dragon made a mistake, this mistake would affect the future. It was not like Gujin, who couldn't bring the cultivation of this life to the samsara robber as a guardian. Therefore, Gujin didn't doubt the possibility of the Sky Dragon's incredible secret magic. Chapter 34-47. In particular, in Gujin's heart, the Sky Dragon had accompanied Manjushri Sarira in the longevity lamp for more than 100,000 years. The imperceptible influence between him and the Sarira was quite profound. Gujin did not believe that the Sky Dragon would do anything wrong. Because if the Sky Dragon did anything wrong, how could the Sarira have allowed it to live until now? The only thing that made Gujin feel uneasy was the fairy weapon of the mysterious water palace. However, the fairy weapon was related to his Sarira and had nothing to do with the Sky Dragon. Even if the Sky Dragon was suppressed by the fairy weapon, it was still the fairy weapon of the Taoist sect. The Sky Dragon was also the Sky Dragon of the Buddhist kingdom. If he took away the fairy weapon and released the Sky Dragon, wouldn't it be a great merit? When he thought of this, Gujin, who originally did not have any good impression of the Tao sect, removed even the last trace of it. He raised both of his hands into the air and appeared to be stretching his waist. Then, he pulled himself together and swiftly descended the stairs. He seemed to be able to see the scene of him, who had condensed the Sarira, attaining nirvana 100,000 years later. He did not know how many steps he walked down, but when he turned a corner, he saw a small arched bridge in front of him. Under the bridge, streams of extremely pure water-based yuan qi of heaven and earth condensed into water and flowed. The other end of the bridge was hidden in a blue halo, which Gujin could not see with his naked eyes. Even his Buddhist consciousness could not leave his body. However, Gujin knew that this place must be the real mysterious water palace. He felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. He reached out and pinched the jade bead in his tattered monk robe. He quickened his pace and walked across the bridge. Gujin's figure easily passed through the blue halo. His eyes flickered slightly. When he saw the scene in front of him clearly, he could not help but be shocked. As Xiaohua's consciousness emerged from the space, he had the intention of trying to use the technique that Xiaohua had comprehended. However, he also knew that he couldn't risk his own safety in the perilous profound water palace. Even if he managed to escape from the profound water palace, he couldn't risk the collapse of his nascent soul to try such a powerful technique with his nascent soul cultivation base at the early nascent soul stage. He could only wait for his nascent soul to fuse with his physical body and reach the body integration stage before he could try. Due to these misgivings, Xiaohua resentfully stopped and helplessly urged Xiaogua to take all the spirit fruits and spirit grasses into his space. Only then was he able to slightly alleviate the regret in his heart. Unfortunately, Xiaohua had only just reached the nascent soul realm. How could he know that his physical body was that of a demigod? Moreover, it was formed from the flesh and blood of a demonic phoenix. His nascent soul was a Taoist spiritual nascent soul. The two were completely unrelated, and they were even two different paths of cultivation. How could they possibly fuse together? How could he have reached the body integration stage? If Xiaohuan knew about it now, he would probably move the entire profound water palace away to comfort his wounded heart. Little monk, come quickly, come quickly. Just when Xiaohua was trying to take advantage of the situation, Xian's surprised voice came from afar, as if she had discovered something special. Alas, benefactress! Xiaohua raised his head from the spirit grasses and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Can you not be so loud? This little monk still hasn't finished his business here. What you saw, this little monk will see it sooner or later. It won't make a difference in a little bit of time. Little monk, are you coming or not? If you don't leave, then I'll leave by myself. If you can't leave in a while, then don't blame me. Xian sneered and didn't say anything else. Io, Xiaohua, you have to work harder here. Wait until you find a way out. Xiao, this little monk will immediately call you over. Xiaohua saw that there were still a lot of spirit grasses that he hadn't plundered yet. He was reluctant to part with them, and hastily ran in the direction of Xian's voice. When Xiaohua could see Xian clearly, he naturally saw the things in front of her. When he saw these things clearly, Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked, because in front of Xian was a huge pile of 10 zhong tall bluestone. These bluestone seemed to be a whole piece, but if one looked carefully, there were some faint cracks in it. Moreover, these cracks were very strange. They weren't particularly neat and were even extremely distorted. When these distortions fell into Xiaohua's eyes, they gave him a very familiar feeling. Xiaohua slightly narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a kind of unimaginable feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. This is the Dao Sect's rune. That's right. The lines on the pile of bluestone were actually the runes commonly used by the Dao Sect. What kind of formation is this big bluestone pile? Xiaohua pulled his gaze away from the lines on the bluestone. He looked up and down, then looked left and right. The bluestone pile wasn't just in front of Xiaohua. There were also piles on the left and right. Moreover, it seemed that there were more in the distance, even endless. As for Xian, she seemed to have just come out from the pile of bluestone. She was looking at Xiaohua with a smile. He didn't know what she was thinking. What kind of formation is this? Is it what you're looking for? Xiaohua probed. Xian slightly shook her head. There was some disappointment on her face as she replied, "This isn't what I'm looking for. However, as for what it is, I can't be sure." "Why don't you take a look? Do you know what it is? What can this little monk know? Aren't you teasing this little monk?" Xiaohua slightly frowned. He knew that Xian was testing him again, so he immediately shirked his responsibility. "Little monk, you take a look first. I'll go look elsewhere." Xian saw Xiaohua frown, but she smiled and said, "If you have any clues, call me back." Okay. Xiaohua didn't understand the meaning of Xian's words. Xiaohua was still busy at the back. Wasn't he lacking time right now? Therefore, he casually agreed. After Xian left, Xiaohua quickly walked back to the place where Xian came out. Sure enough, behind the bluestone pile, there were still some bluestone piles. These bluestone piles were taller and bigger than the bluestone piles behind Xiaohua. Looking at the huge bluestone formation in front of him, Xiaohua scratched his head. Right now, he couldn't release his divine sense. So how could he see the entire bluestone formation? Could it be that Xian, that little girl, can use the so-called golden pupils? Xiaohua secretly pondered. However, when his gaze once again fell on the bluestone piles, Xiaohua subconsciously raised his head and knocked it on his head. Damn it, being a cultivator is too stupid. Without divine sense, I can't fly. Don't I still have martial arts? Wouldn't it be fine if I just climb up the bluestone piles? Xian. Seems like she also has a unique skill. Immediately, Xiaohua quickly walked into the bluestone formation. Only when he came across a bluestone pile that was dozens of feet high did he stop. He used his hands and feet to climb up the bluestone pile. When Xiaohua reached the top of the bluestone pile, he looked around and subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. This bluestone formation was different from the one outside. It didn't have the kind of restriction that could block people's vision. Xiaohua's gaze could actually see the entire bluestone formation. This bluestone formation was really too big, so big that it exceeded Xiaohua's imagination. With just a glance, Xiaohua already knew that this bluestone formation was at least several mu in size. The bluestone piles, big and small, high and low, were innumerable. The bluestone piles seemed to be scattered without any pattern. However, when Xiaohua's gaze swept across the bluestone piles, he could see that the entire bluestone formation was a whole. It was very obvious that this was a huge formation. What kind of formation is this? Xiao Hua looked at the familiar runes, and an indescribable feeling appeared in his heart. It was as if he had been studying this formation all this time. However, for a moment, he actually couldn't remember what it was. I can't see it, but how could Xian see it? Xiao Hua was somewhat bewildered. This little girl actually said she wanted to leave? Io, a transmission formation. This is a great transmission formation. How could there be such a big transmission formation here? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly understood. This was the transmission formation hidden in the Grand Cosmos Teleportation Token. The reason why Xiao Hua didn't recognize it before was that the transmission formations he had seen before were not big. The largest transmission formation should be the one he saw in the Sky Patrol City. That transmission formation was only a few hundred feet long. How could it be compared to the several mu in size? Any random bluestone pile was probably bigger than that transmission formation, right? In an instant, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He was even more excited than when he saw the large pile of spiritual herbs. Compared to this huge transmission formation, those spiritual herbs were, cough cough, naturally still spiritual herbs. Fellow Taoist, Xiao Hua called out almost casually. However, as soon as he said that, he realized that this wasn't his space. How could the green-robed Xiao Hua come out? Immediately, Xiao Hua sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. The information about the transmission formation flowed through his mind little by little. After a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua opened his eyes. At this time, there was a trace of clarity in his eyes. Almost without hesitation, he entered the space with his mind. With a wave of his hand, the Cosmos Teleportation Token appeared in his hand. Then, he smiled and said, "Where is fellow Taoist?" Fellow Taoist just left. What's the matter now? The green-robed Xiao Hua appeared in front of Jade Archive, Xiao Hua very lazily. The expression on his face was as lively as the soul cultivator Xiao Hua's. Would fellow Taoist be willing to go out with I? Jade Archive, Xiao Hua asked with a smile. Very strangely, the green-robed Xiao Hua's face suddenly showed a kind of excitement. Even Jade Archive Xiao Hua was very excited. Didn't fellow Taoist promise to let that person go out first? The green-robed Xiao Hua pointed up with his hand. Obviously, he was talking about the soul cultivator Xiao Hua. Jade Archive Xiao Hua smiled and said, "That was then, and this is now. Today is fellow Taoist's turn to work. Naturally, I'll ask fellow Taoist to go out for a walk." Good, the green-robed Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "I'll listen to fellow Taoist's instructions. Come out with I." Jade Archive Xiao Hua nodded and pulled the green-robed Xiao Hua out of the space with his left hand. Chapter 3448. When Xiao Hua opened his eyes again, the nascent soul in his lower dantian had already crawled out from the top of his head. To Xiao Hua's surprise, although he could sense the nascent soul's existence, he couldn't see it with his naked eyes. In other words, his nascent soul was the same as the golden core in his lower dantian. It couldn't be sensed by others and could only be sensed by himself. However, when the invisible nascent soul emerged from the top of Xiao Hua's head, its eyes were far less agile than when it was in the void. Even its limbs were stiff. Its small head turned left and right in a daze, just like an ordinary child's doll. Fellow Taoist, Xiao Hua could naturally sense this situation. He asked with a smile, "Are you not used to it? I'll let you know." The nascent soul said softly, "Indeed, this body is like a prison, making I feel very uncomfortable. I don't have the freedom I had before." Actually, Xiao Hua said with a smile, "The ancients have a good saying. The people in the city look at the beautiful scenery outside the city and think of all kinds of ways to get out. The people outside the city look at the prosperous life in the city and think of all kinds of ways to get in. This city gate is the clash of two different ideas. Fellow Taoist, you have a good life inside. The world is vast, and you can do whatever you want. But here, Although there's a lot of vitality, there are also many restrictions. Fellow Taoist, you can't do whatever you want. Fellow Taoist, you have a good life now. This nascent soul is condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and I's body is far inferior to it. In the future, you don't have to envy I's freedom anymore. Of course, I know this. The nascent soul grinned and stretched its limbs. I will go and see what's so special about this teleportation array. Don't. Xiao Hua turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, Fellow Taoist, you must not act rashly. Not to mention that this nascent soul has just condensed and can't withstand your torment. Even if you can ride the clouds, you can't just walk around. This is a dangerous place in the profound water palace. Who knows what dangers lie inside? If something swallows this nascent soul, or if it is damaged, you and I will cry, but have no tears. All right, the nascent soul said resentfully, if I can't fly freely, why did fellow Taoist call I out? Isn't it the same as you looking at it? Fellow Taoist, I'm doing all this for you. You've been working hard to refine artifacts, concoct pills, and comprehend cultivation methods. Now that you have a chance to come out for a breather, I thought of you first. Forget it. The nascent soul waved his hand. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You just want me to see how to set up a teleportation array, and you want me to refine the materials for the array for you. At the very least, I can help you activate the teleportation array. Fellow Taoist, is wise. When Xiaohua hears of the nascent soul didn't call himself but I instead, he knows that this guy isn't unhappy. He giggles and jumps down from the pile of bluestones. Using a lightness technique, he rushes towards the teleportation formation. Not long after Xiaohua's figure disappeared, on another pile of bluestones, Xion's not very graceful figure quietly appeared. Xion's vigorous figure was actually not much inferior to Xiaohua's. Looking at Xiaohua's back that was like a pellet, Xion's face revealed a very surprised expression. She muttered to herself in an embarrassed and angry voice, Which family does this little monk belong to? Why haven't I seen him before? I don't think I've seen this kind of lightness technique before either. After speaking, Xion no longer chased after Xiaohua. Instead, like a butterfly fluttering in the wind, she descended from the pile of bluestones and headed in another direction. Fellow Taoist, Xiaohua didn't see Xion, but the nascent soul above his head did. He reminded in a low voice, Your little tail was peeping at you from behind just now. Be careful. And whatever. Xiaohua slightly tilted his head. It's unknown whether he saw or not, but he said with a smile, After leaving this profound water palace, I will return to the hidden immortal continent. I will no longer be some little monk Ti-Poo. Who cares who she is? She can do whatever she wants. You should know that women are very troublesome. The nascent soul sighed in a very mature and prudent manner. Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He probed, Fellow Taoist, how did you know? The nascent soul laughed loudly. He used his hand to hit Xiaohua's head and shouted, I naturally know. Xiaohua heard this, and his face immediately turned green. Fellow Taoist is angry. The nascent soul laughed. Fellow Taoist is I is fellow Taoist. How can be the same? Xiaohua muttered. However, he had to admit that the nascent soul was right. Fellow Taoist. Just when Xiaohua was somewhat distracted, the nascent soul cried out, Quickly look over there. Following the nascent soul's voice, Xiaohua naturally looked to his right in front of him without the nascent soul's finger. The empty space, which was about 1,000 feet in size, was in a complete mess. The originally orderly piles of bluestone were now scattered on the ground. The huge bluestone had also been smashed, and pieces of it the size of a fist were scattered all over the place. Xiaohua's face was somewhat gloomy. He only took a rough look and asked, How long will it take to refine these materials? The nascent soul didn't answer Xiaohua's question. Instead, he asked, Fellow Taoist, even if this place is intact and the entire teleportation formation is intact, are you sure you can activate it? Why not? Xiaohua asked curiously. Don't tell me you really don't know? The nascent soul asked again. Io. Xiaohua patted his head and bitterly smiled. I forgot. I don't have enough spirit stones. Of course, activating such a large teleportation formation not only required Xiaohua's magic power, but also spirit stones. Xiaohua frequently bid at the auction in the Copper Pillar Nation, looking rather arrogant. However, he relied on spirit herbs. In fact, Xiaohua had left most of his spirit stones in the Myriad Thunder Valley when he left the Imperial Thunder Sect. He didn't have many spirit stones on hand. However, when he arrived at the Profound Water Palace, he could only rely on spirit stones. He didn't have any spirit herbs left. Does that little girl have any spirit stones? The nascent soul asked. Let's take a look first. Xiaohua said dejectedly. If you and I can repair this teleportation formation, it won't be too late to find her. And the nascent soul didn't say anything else. Xiaohua wasn't just looking around aimlessly. He ran deeper into the teleportation formation's core while studying the real teleportation formation with the nascent soul. He compared what he saw with his own comprehension. Therefore, his speed was quite fast at first, but towards the end, he became slower and slower. It wasn't until an hour later that he arrived at the center of the teleportation formation, an empty space that was several hundred feet wide. To Xiaohua's disappointment, this place was also a mess. Fist-sized fragments could be seen everywhere. Obviously, this teleportation formation couldn't be used at all. Fellow Taoist, you and I can now lay down the teleportation formation. We can also refine the materials used for the teleportation formation. How long do you think it will take to repair this formation? Xiaohua looked at the ground and asked in a low voice. The nascent soul smiled. Do you still need I to answer? You already have the answer in your heart. Forget it, Xiaohua almost cried. He waved his hand and said, Looks like our luck isn't good. Not to mention that we don't have any spirit stones. Just repairing this teleportation formation is far away. Let's go and ask Benefactor Xian if she has any spirit stones. If she doesn't, we have to find another way out. After saying that, Xiaohua turned around and was about to leave. Don't go. The nascent soul was anxious. Although these materials are already broken, they are all rare materials. As long as we refine them a little, they could be used again. How can you ignore them? Hee, that's true. Xiaohua laughed. His nascent soul was the same as him, greedy for money. When it saw a little bit of advantage, it would take advantage of it. Moreover, was the advantage in front of him small? Xiaohua released his mind and stored these fragments into the space. The nascent soul above his head suggested again, Fellow Taoist, in my opinion, you should go and ask Benefactor Xian. If she doesn't have any spirit stones, we can just move the entire teleportation formation away. Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said, That's exactly what I want. It's decided then. After saying that, Xiaohua hurriedly went to find Xian. The nascent soul had been outside for a long time and was also very tired. The green-robed Xiaohua had no choice but to return to the space early. Little monk, did you find anything? Xian had already returned to the blue stone of the teleportation formation. Seeing Xiaohua using his lightness skill, her expression didn't change at all, as if she didn't see him at all. Xiaohua flew into the sky and also landed on the blue stone. He shook his head and said, I found something, but I'm afraid Benefactor will be disappointed. Oh, what did you find? Xian asked with interest. Xiaohua didn't have the patience to beat around the bush with her and asked directly, Let's not talk about what we found first. Benefactor, do you have any top-grade spirit stones in your Chinquan bag? Yes. Xian nodded. How many? Xiaohua was delighted and hurriedly asked. There should be more than 1,000. Xian said in a low voice. Then, she looked in front and asked, Could this be a Taoist sect's teleportation formation? It needs spirit stones to activate? Xiaohua sighed and nodded. Benefactor Xian is right. This is a Taoist sect's teleportation formation. If there are no accidents, it should lead to the outside of the Profound Water Palace. However, This teleportation formation is now damaged. Moreover, you and I don't have enough spirit stones, so this teleportation formation is no different from not existing. Little monk, you have good eyesight. You actually know about teleportation formations. Xin mocked. The teleportation formations of the 3 continents were destroyed long ago. I really didn't expect that a little monk from the tantric sect would know about it. I don't know what to say. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and ignored her mockery. Instead, he asked, Benefactor, did you find anything else? Yes, Xin snorted and pointed in the distance. There's an entrance to a hall there. It might be the real, profound water palace. Chapter 3449. Oh, okay. Xiaohua glanced at her and nodded. Benefactress, please wait for a moment. This little monk will go with you in a while. In a while? Why? Xin frowned. Are you still going to plunder the spirit herbs? You still haven't finished after such a long time? Haha, of course not. Xiaohua laughed and jumped down from the bluestone. He walked to the pile of bluestones and hugged a bluestone, shouting, Rise, rumble. The boulder let out a rumbling sound and disappeared in Xiaohua's hands. Xin, who was not far away, was dumbstruck. What are you doing? What can this little monk do? Xiaohua smiled. These bluestones are all trash. This little monk's small temple in the snowy mountain has been in disrepair for a long time and needs to be repaired. This little monk sees that these bluestones are not bad, so I might as well take them away. It could be considered recycling trash. Xin raised her hand and pointed at Xiaohua. She had never seen a monk as stingy and greedy as Xiaohua. After saying you a few times, she weakly said, Can't you buy some stones and the like near the Great Snow Mountain? Cough, cough. My tantric sect small business doesn't have any extra money. Xiaohua cried. Now this little monk is the only one left. This little monk has no choice but to be careful. I have primeval stones here. Can I give them to your tantric sect? Xin shouted in exasperation. Don't, this little monk is poor but ambitious. I won't accept a reward without any effort. Xiaohua deftly put away the blue stone as he said. What's more, I've taken your primordial stones. If I encounter any danger in a while, how can I not care? You go die. Xin was so angry that she jumped up and down. She couldn't help but curse. She jumped down from the blue stone and ran far away. Xin only stopped in front of a 10-zhang tall building. Her qi and blood slowly calmed down. Only now did Xin think, What's wrong with me? This little monk clearly had the intention to take away the transportation array. Why can't I see it? Does his temple need some big blue stones? Even if you want blue stones, don't you have plenty of them in the Great Snow Mountain? Xin was a little stunned. She looked at the indistinct transportation array in the distance, then looked at the 10-zhang tall tower not far away. She suddenly felt a little cold and couldn't help but tighten her palace dress. An inexplicable regret rose from the bottom of her heart. She raised her head again and looked at the distant sky, her gaze a little lonely. After a full 2 hours, Xiaohua, who was beaming with joy, walked over with quick steps from afar. From afar, he said with a smile, I've made benefactors wait for a long time. I'm truly sorry, truly sorry. Nothing. At this moment, Xin had already regained her cold demeanor. She said faintly, This one congratulates the little monk Tip on returning with a rewarding journey. Xiaohua hastily put his palms together and said with a smile, After the small temple is repaired, Xiao Sung will definitely invite New Tanyue and Ci Hui Shixiang to come to the small temple and have some spiritual fruits and spiritual tea. Oh, that's right, there's a pool in the small temple. Not only is the scenery beautiful, but the water in the pool is also scalding hot. If Tanyu is willing to do me the honor, how about? At this point, Xiaohua felt somewhat embarrassed. What's with the pool? Why did I invite her in front of Xin? What's the meaning of this? Fortunately, Xin acted as if she didn't hear him. She waved her hand and said, Let's talk about this after we leave the profound water palace. Xiaohua hastily shrunk his neck and said with a smile, Yes, Xiao Sung understands. The balcony in front of them was very strange. It looked as if it extended out from the palace. However, the other end of the balcony was covered by the blue light of the sky. It was as if there was an extra section that appeared out of thin air. What was special was that other than the white jade stairs in front of Xian, there was also a building above the stairs that looked like a corridor. In the middle of the building, there was a rather large bulge that looked a little out of place. However, no one would dare to underestimate any strange place in the dangerous, profound water palace. As soon as Xiao Hua set foot on the steps, he had already felt somewhat uneasy. He had a feeling that there would be some trouble inside the balcony. New Tanyue. Xiao Hua couldn't help but whisper, "Is there no other entrance besides this balcony nearby? If there is, Xiao Sung can go look for it himself." Xian didn't turn her head. She said coldly, "When Xiao Sung found this place with great difficulty, some people were still filling their pockets. Do you think some people have a right to ask where to go?" Of course not," Xiao Hua said vehemently. "This is all thanks to Xian Tanyue. Who dares to say no?" Xian didn't expect Xiao Hua to answer like this. She snorted coldly and said no more. However, after Xiao Hua took a few more steps, he thought of something and hurriedly whispered, "By the way, Xiao Sung has made a strange discovery. Would New Tanyue like to hear it?" If Xiao Hua had only said that he had a question, or if he had something to say, Xian might have blocked him with a sentence, not allowing Xiao Hua to speak. However, Xiao Hua said that it was a strange discovery. Xian couldn't help but say, "Let's hear it." Did Xian Tanyue notice it? We're not the first to arrive at the profound water palace. There must be many others before us. Of course, Xian replied grumpily. The ancient array under the Sage River isn't unknown to begin with. It's just that many people come in and few go out. It's long become a dangerous place. Very few people have come here in the last 1,000 years. But why? Xiao Hua's words exposed his true nature. Those who died here didn't leave there. Chinko in bags? You're only thinking of taking advantage of others. Xian became angry again. Her voice was a bit loud. Didn't you see the river water in front of the profound water palace? Presumably, when the river water flooded the profound water palace, this place was also flooded. Even if some people died here, their corpses were washed into the Sage River by the river water. If you want to find them, you can go to the bottom of the river to look. That Xiao Sung was just saying that it was strange. Xiao Hua muttered, "Why are you so angry?" Xian rolled her eyes at him and asked, "What are the bones for?" Seeing that Xian didn't regard him as an outsider, Xiao Hua was a bit puzzled. He shrugged and replied indifferently, "Xiao Sung really doesn't know. I've never seen a monk as greedy as you in the Pure Land world." Xian lectured him with a bit of resentment. "Monks rely on their feet to walk, and those who eat rely on offerings. How can they use money? You got so many spiritual herbs. Alas, I won't talk about it." At this point, Xiao Hua didn't say anything. Xian also felt that she was too long-winded. She was really more talkative than C.I. Hui, so she hurriedly shut up. The two of them walked a few steps and reached the top of the stairs. They saw another passageway with blue stone walls. Xiao Hua felt a bit awkward and probed, "I wonder how Senior Brother C.I. Hui and Grandmaster Guzhen are doing. They're all eminent monks. You don't need to worry about them." Xian warned Xiao Hua in a low voice as she looked around vigilantly. She had already drawn her flexible sword from her waist. Yes, Xiao Sung knows. Even Xiao Hua didn't seem to understand the meaning of they in Xian's words. After walking for a long time, seeing that the passage was quiet and only the footsteps of the two people could be heard, Xian's heart became more and more uneasy. She couldn't help but scold, "Xiao Sung, where's your Buddhist treasure? Didn't you have a stick in the passage before?" Xiao Hua had always wanted to hide his identity. When he heard Xian mention the wishful wand, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out a magic wand and said, "It's here." Devil tool. Who would have thought that Xin would recognize the origin of the magic wand at a glance. She raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, "Who are you?" "Nu Tanyu." Xiao wanted to know how many times he had heard Xin ask him who he was. He bitterly smiled and said, "This is a stick. You can call it a devil tool or a Buddhist tool. In this poor monk's hands, it's a sharp weapon to eliminate evil and protect Buddha." Xin slightly clenched her teeth. Her eyes had an indescribable meaning. She stared at Xiao Hua and said, "You didn't learn anything from C.I. Hui. This ability of yours has the tendency of the student surpassing the master." Xiao Hua was stunned. He blinked his big eyes, but the confusion in his eyes was even thicker than when he was small. However, before Xiao Hua could think more, the two people had already arrived at the bulge in the middle of the building. Looking from the inside of the passage, it was a circular dome. The dome was the same as the passage, blue in color. However, within this blue color, there were some densely packed silvery white colors. These silvery white colors flickered slightly like the stars in the sky. It looked very beautiful. Xiao Hua glanced at the sky and then looked forward. Xin was different. After glancing at the sky, she didn't want to look away. She didn't even move her feet. She stared at the sky, and her eyes were filled with joy. Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled, but he didn't disturb her. He walked a few steps forward until he was in front of Xin's head. It wasn't until they were almost out of the dome that he opened his mouth and said, "Nu Tanyu, it's better to go out and look at the stars. There's no moon here, and there's no one to accompany you. How boring." "AI, that's right. Every day, I see thousands of stars surging endlessly. Every star is like a lively person. I envy them very much. Their life is different every day. It's as colorful as their starlight. I want to be like them, free and unrestrained." Xin let out a long sigh and said softly, rather than saying it to Xiao Hua, it was better to say it was her own self-pity. "AI, pitiful child." Xiao Hua naturally knew that Xin, a woman born in the world of Confucian cultivators, had always been restrained. This kind of sadness of admiring flowers and playing with the moon was natural. He only curled his lips and expressed a bit of sympathy. Chapter 3450. Xin's eyes were a little blurred. She vaguely felt that the stars were moving slowly, but she did not care. However, after a while, Xin suddenly woke up and hurriedly looked again. Sure enough, the thousands of silver dots were moving. Xin was stunned for a moment, but the faces of the silver dots were vaguely visible. They were strange insects flashing with silver brilliance. The strange insect was the size of a fist, and its whole body was flat like a gourd. The front half was a head, and the back half was a body. The head was the same size as the body, and there were two 2-inch long wings on the body. On the head of the strange insect, there were long fangs, and the fangs were shining with a pale golden brilliance. The two big eyes that took up half of the head did not have pupils and were like black skin. On the back of the strange insect, there were many small silver spots, which looked very beautiful. As the strange insect flew closer, the loud buzzing sound was also heard. Xin's eyes flashed with a golden light, and she immediately cried out, "Little monk, let's retreat quickly. This is the elemental devouring insect." Xiao Huan naturally also heard the strange insect's buzzing sound. His heart trembled, and he hastily retreated to Xin's side. In the span of a few breaths, the so-called elemental eating insect had already landed about 30 meters above Xin's head. Spirit devouring insect? Xiao Hua's gaze swept over, and he immediately understood. Although the shape of the spirit-devouring insect had changed in the Pure Land world, its original appearance had not changed. How could Xiao Hua not recognize it? This is the rare elemental devouring insect in the 3 continents. It likes to devour Numa. No matter what Buddhist treasure or imperial weapon it is, it will be eaten by them. Xin's figure also hurriedly retreated to the entrance of the pavilion, And she explained, even for us cultivators, whether it is the Buddha or the Confucian cultivator, the Saraira and genuine Qi are the elemental devouring insect's favorite. Although Xiao Hua had not seen the spirit-devouring bugs with his own eyes, he had heard Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao talk about the power of the spirit-devouring sword formation in the Dawn Rain continent. Just a few hundred spirit-devouring bugs could defeat hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators. The power of the spirit-devouring bugs was evident. At this time, thousands of elemental devouring insects appeared in the passage. Regardless of whether these elemental devouring insects were spirit-swallowing insects or not, Xian, who had always been calm, was a little flustered. How could Xiao Hua not know that he had hit a nail on the head? Xiao Hua hurriedly retreated and followed behind Xian. The passage was too narrow. It was hard to dodge. Xiao Hua was afraid that he would only be able to make it to the open space outside the passage. When did the entrance to the passage close? Xian ran madly for a while and suddenly found that the entrance had turned into a dark green stone wall. She was very anxious. However, now that the stone wall had become a hole, even Xian herself did not know where the entrance was. Get out of the way! Xiao Hua stole a glance at the spirit-devouring bugs flying behind him and said anxiously, "Let me see what's going on." And Xian was a little bit scratching her ears and cheeks. She did not know where to start, so she could only get out of the way. Xiao Hua walked in front of Xian and made a seal with both hands. With a loud shout, the Buddha seal fell on his forehead, and the delusion breaker Dharma eye slowly opened. Heaven's eye? Xian's eyes were a little straight. She had always doubted Xiao Hua's identity, but she did not expect Xiao Hua to be proficient in the heaven's eye of the six senses of Buddhism. Swish! Just when Xian was puzzled, there was a sound like raindrops behind her. Xian hurriedly looked back again, only to see thousands of elemental devouring bugs swarming over like frightened bees. Xian looked at Xiao Hua's slightly short figure and gritted her teeth. She threw the soft sword in her hand and made a sword sign. The soft sword immediately turned into a waterfall and rushed toward the swarm of bugs. Woo! Like a gust of wind, where the soft sword passed, dozens of elemental devouring bugs fell to the ground. Except for a few elemental devouring bugs that were still struggling to fly, the other elemental devouring bugs were dying on the ground and could no longer fly. Seeing this, Xian, whose heart had been in her mouth for a long time, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Obviously, these elemental devouring bugs were different from the rumors. Little monk, don't worry. Take your time. Xian said with a smile. The elemental devouring bugs here seem to be different from what I thought. They are not very difficult to deal with. At this moment, Xiao Hua didn't have the time to pay attention to Xian's words. In his eyes, there was a vast ocean of blue. Within this ocean of blue, there were many runes flowing like water. From time to time, these runes would collide with each other and unexpectedly produce an even stronger brilliance. Within this brilliance, new runes would appear. What kind of Dharma array is this? It can actually move and change on its own? Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. At this time, he was no longer in a hurry to find the entrance in this seamless Dharma array. He hurriedly looked at other places. The more Xiao Hua looked, the more alarmed he became. This Dharma array was far beyond his imagination. The entire passage was a complete whole. The countless water-based world energy of heaven and earth seemed to be endlessly pouring into it. As the world energy flowed, the runes of the entire passage's Dharma array also changed. Xiao Hua's previous method of inserting the Jade Talisman into the Dharma array to break the Dharma array could not be used here. Moreover, when faced with such a strange Dharma array, Xiao Hua had no confidence in finding the flaw of the Dharma array. Damn it, it really is an ancient Dharma array. Xiao Hua was completely convinced. He now understood what it meant by, "There is always someone better than you" meant. This profound water palace was built under the Saint River. The world energy of heaven and earth in the entire Saint River can be used by the profound water palace. If I can't find the flaw of the Dharma array and forcefully break it, it's tantamount to going against the entire Saint River. Clang! Just as Xiao Hua was deep in thought, another golden sound came from behind him, resounding through the entire passage. Xiao Hua knew that Xin had activated her sword. However, since Xin didn't say anything, he didn't turn around either. He activated his Dharma eye again, and a faint silver-white beam of light shot out from his Dharma eye. It shot straight into the jade green light. Since Xin did not speak, Xiao Hua thought that she was fine and could resist the spirit-swallowing bugs. However, at this time, Xin really had an unspeakable suffering. In just one wave, Xin's flexible sword had cut down dozens of elemental devouring insects. However, when she waved the flexible sword a second time, although the ribbon had swept away many elemental devouring insects, it was also surrounded by elemental devouring insects. Just as the legend said, elemental devouring insects loved to control weapons and Buddhist weapons. Hundreds of elemental devouring insects swarmed onto the ribbon. Waves of rustling, sounds like silkworms swallowing mulberry leaves could be heard. The golden brilliance on the flexible sword became increasingly faint. Xin didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly urged her true chi. Thousands of sword lights appeared on the ribbon, and although these sword lights killed many of the elemental eating insects, it also attracted even more elemental eating insects. Without waiting for Xin to urge her true chi again, the brilliance of the ribbon was destroyed, and a tattered, broken soft sword appeared in the air. Even though it was so tattered, many elemental eating bugs still fell on it. These elemental eating bugs seemed to have seen delicious food. They even disregarded their lives and ate it bite by bite. Seeing this, Xin did not dare to be careless. She hurriedly cut off her connection with the soft sword and quickly retracted her genuine chi. Pada! The soft sword fell to the ground. Many elemental eating bugs also swarmed down. Xin's gaze was somewhat regretful as she looked at the soft sword. This soft sword had been with her for many years. In her heart, she was quite reluctant to part with it. However, when her gaze fell, she could not help but be shocked. She saw that on the ground, besides the broken sword, there were also a few struggling elemental eating bugs scattered around the broken sword. The elemental eating bugs that were killed by Xin earlier had disappeared without a trace. Xin was shocked. Hundreds of elemental eating bugs swarmed towards Xin. Xin could now clearly see the fangs of the closest elemental eating bug. Xin hurriedly stretched out her hand and was about to pull out the golden hairpin from her hair bun. However, after her hand touched the golden hairpin, she hesitated slightly and moved her hand away. Then, she patted the top of her head. Come. It was the sound of a golden chime that Xiao Hua heard. A mouthful of golden, genuine chi spurted out from the top of Xin's head. That golden, genuine chi was like the flying phoenix's golden sword. Following the spurting of the golden, genuine chi, Xin's body gradually changed. Her previously white skin now turned pale gold. A thumb-sized imprint of a flying sword appeared between her eyebrows. Xin's face showed unswerving determination. The golden color in her eyes became more and more intense. Her hand formed a sword sign, and she shouted, "Go!" The flying sword flapped its wings. Strands of sword light turned into small swords and flew towards the elemental eating bugs. Rumble! Contrary to Xin's expectations, when the flying sword rushed into the swarm of bugs, it actually sounded like rolling thunder. The entire passageway shook along with it. However, looking at the elemental eating bug corpses that were denser than raindrops, Xin's heart couldn't relax no matter what. Because this huge rumbling sound was clearly her contending against the entire passageway's restriction. It wasn't just the elemental eating bugs. Oh, right at this moment, Xiaohua also discovered the abnormality of the passageway's restriction. All the talisman characters in his transcendence were like a rising tide rushing towards one place. This surge even set off waves of talisman characters. The silver-white brilliance in Xiaohua's transcendence was originally on the verge of being scattered by the jade tide. Now, it was even more inferior. Surprised, Xiaohua unconsciously looked towards Xin. He saw a golden whirlpool that looked like a sea of swords fiercely rotating not far away. A strand of golden thread rushed out from this whirlpool. One end of the golden thread was in the shape of a huge flying phoenix. Surrounding the flying phoenix were densely packed small dots. These small dots were dark green in color. However, on top of this dark green, there were also strands or bits of silver white. Chapter 34:51. Just when Xiaohua was about to close his Dharma eyes, a silver ball of light that looked like a flying phoenix caught his attention. Xiaohua was rather surprised. "Oh, what is this?" However, before he could take a closer look, Xion's anxious voice sounded. "Little monk, I can't hold on for too long. If you can't find the entrance, then we can only go inside." "Okay, Xion, let's hurry and fly forward." Xiaohua hurriedly closed his Dharma eyes. Currently, his Dharma eyes were refining the essence of the void-penetrating beast, so he didn't feel any fatigue using his Dharma eyes. Xin lightly reprimanded, and the flying phoenix sword in midair once again expanded. The small sword in the light feather frantically stabbed out, clearing the passage in front of Xin and Xiaohua. Xin didn't dare to be negligent. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go." Her figure floated up first. She was actually also using the light body technique. Xiaohua understood that Xin was afraid of attracting the attention of the elemental eating insects and didn't dare to let her true qi leak out. That was why she used the light body technique. Thus, he also hurriedly used the ethereal steps and followed behind Xin. Wong. Xin had only flown 100 feet when another loud rumbling sound rang out. A group of elemental devouring insects that were even larger than the previous one flew out from the restriction of the passageway and pounced towards Xin and Xiaohua. "Kill!" Xin sneered. The flying phoenix, sword flying above her head, once again streaked across the air, and layer after layer of elemental eating insects fell down. However, Xin clearly saw that the number of elemental eating insects killed by this sword was 40% less than before. If Xin could see it, how could Xiaohua not know? Xion, these elemental eating insects seem to be related to the formation. It's not easy for us to tangle with them. Let's leave. Xiaohua whispered. Xin opened her mouth. Her voice was like a golden chime, very cold. "Only you know. Do you think I can't see it? If you don't speak, I won't know if you're mute. Hurry up and run." Xiaohua shrunk his neck. He didn't know why Xin was so cold. The ethereal steps under his feet sped up again. Xiaohua and Xion's wish was beautiful, but the elemental eating insects became more and more powerful. In the end, half of Xion's gold origin flying sword was actually eaten by elemental eating insects. A pitiful flying phoenix weakly struggled in midair. "Damn it!" Xin roared, and the flying phoenix let out a long cry. The cry was so loud that it sounded like it was crying blood, as if it was about to undergo nirvana. Upon seeing this, Xiaohua exclaimed in shock, Xin, what are you doing?" As he spoke, the green light between his eyebrows shone brightly. Numerous green seal characters that Xin did not understand appeared like a swarm of bees, and layers of lightning appeared in the air. However, before the lightning completely appeared, all the element-eating insects in the passage immediately went berserk. Each and every one of them was more excited than if they had eaten spirit herbs, and they rushed towards Xiaohua and Xin. Boom! The golden phoenix condensed into a slender flying sword, and suddenly streaked across the air, killing dozens of elemental insects, and then turned into fireflies and disappeared. Xion's faint voice sounded. Of course it's to kill the elemental devouring bugs. What do you think I'm going to do? Ouch. Before Xion could finish, Xion suddenly covered her head with her hands and screamed in pain. As for Xiaohua, his entire Naiwangong was also splashing with golden light. The elemental insects actually launched a divine ability similar to Soul Stab under Xiaohua's lightning and thunder technique. Xiaohua is alarmed and hastily withdraws the green light from between his eyebrows. Sure enough, the green light disappears and the lightning disappears. The group of elemental eating insects return to their orderly state. Xion's expression also relaxes. Life is really full of surprises. Xiaohua looked at Xion frowning and wanted to blame himself, but when he opened his mouth, he did not say anything. He could not help but smile bitterly and thought to himself, these elemental insects are somewhat similar to the strange insects I saw in the spatial vein. I originally wanted to use lightning and thunder technique to kill them, but I did not expect these elemental insects to be able to attack my Naiwangong. Alas now, I am not alone here, and Xion does not have any other means to defend her Naiwangong. This is really troublesome. Looks like I can only use the innate primordial water to protect myself. At this point, Xiaohua could only place his hopes on the innate primordial water. Looking at the elemental insect that were much bigger than a fist flapping their wings and flying towards him, Xiaohua formed a seal with both hands, and that pool of jade water flew out again. Unfortunately, the Tao of Heaven was probably joking with Xiaohua today. Just as the innate primordial water appeared, the entire passageway was filled with emerald green brilliance. The flowing runes that Xiaohua could only see with his transcendence vision suddenly surged on the walls, and those waves were exactly the same as the huge wolves in the West Sea. That steaming water vapor and surging turbulence immediately submerged Xiaohua's innate primordial water. Damn it! This was not the first time Xiaohua's innate primordial water had been defeated, so Xiaohua was not surprised. His heart sank, and he immediately wanted to withdraw it. But contrary to his expectations, the innate primordial water did not have the slightest reaction, as if it had completely lost control. Damn it, this is what it means to throw a meat bun at a dog. There is no return. Xiaohua was rather distressed, but he immediately became vigilant. Putting away the primordial water bottle, he hastily looked up. Sure enough, those runes that were originally emitting emerald brilliance had almost turned transparent after receiving the innate primordial water. This transparency rapidly spread throughout the entire passageway, and immediately, even more elemental insects appeared from the depths of the formation. We've poked a hornet's nest. Xiaohua turned pale with fright and hastily shouted, Xion, quickly run. After Xion's gold essence failed, she was originally walking behind Xiaohua. Her lightness technique was clearly inferior to Xiaohua's, so even if Xiaohua took the time to counterattack, she still could not catch up. At this moment, the innate primordial water overplayed its purpose, causing even more elemental insects to fly out, and Xion was the first to bear the brunt of these elemental insects' attack. Now Xion was really panicking. The sword light around her body surged again, and her right hand once again placed on the golden hairpin. Xion's sword light did not move, but with this move, the elemental insects that had just flown out bared their fangs and brandished their claws and pounced towards her. If I don't show my power, you'll think I'm a sick cat. Xiaohua clapped his hands as if he was about to use the hand of Yuanying, but after hesitating for a moment, he took out the wishful steel rod from his space. Even when he took out the wishful steel rod, Xiaohua's brows slightly wrinkled. Although Xion Cheng's strange insects were called elemental insects, and these elemental insects were indeed slightly different from the spirit-swallowing bugs, Xiaohua still had more than a dozen spirit-swallowing bugs, gold-swallowing bugs, wood-swallowing bugs, and so on in the sword tomb. Xiaohua did not know if these spirit insects would listen to him now. But looking at these thousands of elemental insects, Xiaohua also understood that 2 hands were no match for 4 fists. Not to mention the spirit-swallowing bugs. Even Little Black and Little Yellow were unlikely to be the opponents of these insects. Little Yellow and Little Black were Xiaohua's own boy. In such a dangerous situation in the void, Xiaohua was reluctant to let them out, let alone let them take risks at this time. Since he took out the wishful steel rod, Xiaohua's whole body surged with golden light, and the divine power of the celestial body was once again displayed. A transcendence golden body of more than 10 feet in size appeared in front of the elemental insects. Little monk, do you want to die? Seeing the appearance of Xiaohua's golden body, the elemental insects that were originally rushing towards Xi and Xn seemed to smell the fragrance of meat, and they all flapped their wings and rushed toward Xiaohua. Xi and Xn screamed, and the slightly dimmer flying phoenix also flew out of the top of her head. Kill! Xiaohua shook the wishful steel rod, and the rod became thick and long, waving in midair. When the elemental insects touched the wishful steel rod, they immediately burst, and the remains of the elemental insects fell to the ground and no longer disappeared. Good! Xiaohua was overjoyed when he saw this. He knew that his secret method of breaking through with force had worked, and the wishful steel rod in his hand danced even harder. Xi and Xion's flying phoenix naturally could also succeed, but looking at Xiaohua's majestic transcendence golden body, Xi and Xn slightly gritted her teeth and let the flying sword hover near her left side to protect herself, fighting while retreating. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the previously not particularly long building had not yet reached the end. The elemental insects in the passage could now be described as covering the sky and the sun. Not only did Xiaohua's wishful steel rod not know when, but there were already a few elemental insects that were vigorously biting, and there were also no less than 100 elemental insects on Xiaohua's golden body. Bursts of soreness and itchiness came from Xiaohua's golden body, making Xiaohua almost want to hit himself a few times. Looking at Xi and Xion again, she was not much better than Xiaohua. She was also surrounded by more than a dozen elemental insects. While Xi urged the flying sword to contend with the elemental insects, she also had no good way to deal with these elemental insects. However, her palace dress emitted a golden light, which was obviously a treasure. For a time, the elemental insects could not cause real harm to her. Woo! As Xiaohua's wishful steel rod swept, a large number of elemental insects fell, and then more elemental insects rushed over. Xiaohua clapped his hands and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique. Shua, a large number of elemental insects disappeared into thin air. Buddha's great Sumeru technique. Xi and Xion had been staring at Xiaohua. At this time, her eyes were slightly narrowed, and her heart was shocked again. However, without waiting for her thoughts to turn, ouch! Xiaohua's transcendence golden body hurriedly shook his arm, as if it was burned by fire. The elemental insects that had disappeared before appeared again, and even many of them were lying on his arm. Seeing Xiaohua's embarrassed appearance, Xi and Xion actually smiled. This smile seemed to come from the heart, making her unremarkable face somewhat radiant. Damn it, fortunately I did not use the nascent soul hand. After Xiaohua collected these elemental insects, he tried to use his mind to absorb them into the space. However, although these elemental insects were small, their resistance was not small. His mind could not control them, and they were still under Xiaohua's control. Xiaohua really felt like he was trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Alas, no wonder sword cultivators use sword pouches to collect the spirit-swallowing insects. Xiaohua sighed. Seeing that force was not working, he could only use wisdom. But at this time, Xi and Xn raised her head and shouted, "Little monk, quickly rush forward. Don't care about these elemental insects. First find the exit of the passage. Your transcendence golden body is huge enough for them to swallow, and I will also send out my true chi. Now we can only choose to cut our losses. Chapter 3452. Xion's suggestion wasn't wrong. At such a crucial moment, it was probably the wisest choice. However, Xion didn't know that Ci, Hui, and Guzhun had also done the same in order to charge out of the encirclement of the many elemental eating insects. Ga, Xiao Hua laughed. Benefactor Xion, you see, this little monk will give a plan to kill it. Let's see how many elemental eating insects can run rampant in front of me. Oh, this little monk. While speaking, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out the sword pouch. While waving the wishful rod, he opened his mouth and hit the sword pouch with a few sword chi. The sword pouch grew bigger and bigger under the sword chi. In particular, in the wishful rod, a dozen spirit-swallowing insects that were much smaller than the elemental eating insects were also released by Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's intention of releasing these insects was not to let them fight with the elemental eating insects, but to let them do the business of fishing and lure the elemental eating insects into the sword pouch. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, as soon as the spirit-swallowing insects landed in the air, all the elemental eating insects calmed down. Not only did the elemental eating insects on the body of the Transcendent's golden body stop devouring, but the elemental eating insects that attacked Xiao Hua also blankly floated there, as if they were stupid. Seeing such a situation, not to mention the elemental eating insects, even Xion and Xiao Hua were dumbfounded. Almost unable to believe it, Xiao Hua inexplicably looked at Xion, and then the two of them read the confusion in each other's eyes. Just as Xiao Hua withdrew his gaze, his heart suddenly moved, and he hurriedly raised his eyebrows at Xion. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua had forgotten that his hair was gone. In fact, his eyebrows were also gone, but Ci, Hui, and Xion did not mention it. At this time, Xiao Hua's eyebrows could only tremble strangely. Fortunately, when Xion saw Xiao Hua's face, she immediately understood and hurriedly nodded slightly, quietly put away the flying sword, and slipped into the passage. Seeing that Xion was so decisive, Xiao Hua was also relieved. He did not dare to rashly put away his Transcendent's golden body, and only looked at the dozen spirit-swallowing insects. In fact, the dozen spirit-swallowing insects were not all spirit-swallowing insects. There were several mutated ones that sword cultivators failed to cultivate in the past. However, now these spirit-swallowing insects flew in the air, facing tens of thousands of elemental eating insects, as if there were no insects. Yes, these spirit-swallowing bugs seemed to have been separated into yin and yang in the space. Xiao Hua's eyes fell on the golden threads on the back of the spirit-swallowing bugs, and he suddenly realized something. Since the superpower centipede can become smart, the spirit-swallowing bugs won't be worse than the superpower centipede, right? Wong wong. At this moment, another wave of noise came from the depths of the stone wall. A silvery white ball flew out from the green ball. It was an elemental eating insect that was 10 times larger than an ordinary elemental eating insect. Could it be, this is the elemental devouring insect king? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes, looking at the elemental devouring insect, and guessed. Ga. The sound of sharp teeth biting glass came out from the energy-eating bug king's mouth. Instantly, the entire energy-eating bug king squirmed as if it had issued an order. At the same time, Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace was also flickering with a golden light. Clearly, the essence-eating insect king's command had the effect of a soul stab. Xiao Hua was slightly startled and looked at the elemental eating insects. Out of Xiao Hua's expectation, these elemental devouring insects only moved half a foot forward and then stopped, as if they were afraid of Xiao Hua's dozens of spirit-swallowing insects. The elemental-eating bug king's wings suddenly emitted a strong sound and pounced on the nearest elemental-eating bug. With a few crunching sounds, the elemental eating bug was bitten into pieces by the elemental eating bug king and swallowed into its stomach. The other elemental eating bugs retreated in fear, but they didn't dare to attack the spirit-swallowing bugs. The elemental eating bug king hovered in the air for a while and seemed to be helpless. It flapped its wings and rushed to the spirit-swallowing bugs alone. Good, Xiao Hua praised in his heart. The wishful staff in his hand trembled slightly. He understood that as long as he killed the elemental eating insect king, these elemental eating insects would collapse, and he would be able to safely pass through this dam passage with Xian. Before Xiao Hua could raise his wishful staff, more than a dozen spirit-swallowing bugs, which were much smaller than the elemental devouring bugs, flew up in the air. Then, 9 of them flew up in groups of 3, while the others went to the left and right. They were divided into different levels and attacked the elemental devouring bug king from the side. Is this still an insect? Xiao Hua saw this, and his eyes widened. An incredible feeling came from the bottom of his heart. The wishful staff in his hand stopped. He knew that if these dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs killed the elemental-eating bug king, these dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs would be the king of the entire elemental-eating bug king. If he forced the wishful staff, these spirit-swallowing bugs may not be able to convince the masses. Kacha! Kacha! A series of chaotic noises came from midair, and Xiao Hua became more and more dumbstruck. The elemental-eating bug king was huge, and its teeth were sharp. Although there were more than a dozen spirit-swallowing bugs, they were obviously not its opponent. However, these dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs attacked the energy-eating bug king from all sides at the same time. Once the energy-eating bug king hurt a spirit-swallowing bug, this spirit-swallowing bug would immediately dodge, and another spirit-swallowing bug would take its place. Thus, the energy-eating bug king still maintained an impenetrable formation. Ordinary people would find it difficult to fight against 4 hands with 2 fists, let alone the spirit-swallowing bugs with sharp teeth. In just a few minutes, a long whisker of the elemental-eating bug king was bitten off by a spirit-swallowing bug. Kacha! The elemental-eating bug king issued an order again, and the nearby elemental-eating bugs began to squirm. The 3 spirit-swallowing bugs that were flying around the periphery immediately flew out of the battle group and swaggered around the elemental-eating bugs. Sure enough, the restless elemental-eating bugs immediately calmed down. Seeing this, these spirit-swallowing bugs hurriedly rushed into the battle group again. Interesting. Xiao Hua found it funny. He simply stopped taking back his transcendence golden body and watched the battle with a smile on his face. If this situation was seen by Ci, Hui, and Guzhun, wouldn't they be furious? The thousands of elemental-eating bugs that could devour relics and Buddha statues didn't want to fight at all. They just watched blankly on the wall. Once the dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs succeeded, they immediately swarmed to attack. The elemental-eating bug king was at a loss. Obviously, it was not as agile as these spirit-swallowing bugs. It only chased after the spirit-swallowing bug in front of it and attacked, completely unaware that this spirit-swallowing bug had been replaced by 4 in a moment. Under the attacks of the dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs, the body of the elemental-eating bug king began to shatter. Kaka! The elemental-eating bug king opened its mouth to cry for help. This time, the elemental-eating bugs didn't have the slightest intention to move. At first, Xiao Hua thought that the elemental-eating bug king couldn't command these elemental-eating bugs. But when he saw the elemental-eating bug king's cry and the green brilliance on the walls of the passage rising and falling from time to time, he suddenly realized that the elemental-eating bug king was activating the magic formation of the passage. The reason why the magic formation of the passage didn't attack like the elemental-eating bug king was that the magic formation couldn't distinguish whether the fight between the spirit-swallowing bugs and the elemental-eating bug king was a fight for the throne or an invasion. Now that he understood, Xiao Hua felt a little lucky. If he joined in, he might not be able to kill the elemental-eating bug king with one blow, but those elemental-eating bugs would definitely attack him, and even the magic formation of the passage would be triggered. Wouldn't his advantage of releasing the spirit-swallowing bugs be exhausted? Seeing that its cry for help didn't work, the elemental-eating bug king became more terrified. It screamed and turned around, tried to escape from the siege of the spirit-swallowing bugs. What surprised Xiaohua, even more happened. The dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs didn't deliberately block the escape of the elemental-eating bug king, but surrounded it and killed it at the same time. Seeing that there was always a chance to escape, the elemental-eating bug king only wanted to escape, but it neglected its attack. Then, after just a few dozen meters, half of its body was swallowed by the spirit-swallowing bugs. Buzz! Seeing that the elemental-eating bug king was about to fall to the ground, the dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs rushed up and instantly showed ferocious expressions. With a kacha-kacha sound, the spirit-swallowing bugs devoured the elemental-eating bug king completely. Then these spirit-swallowing bugs spread their wings and flew back. They circled around Xiaohua's transcendent's golden body several times, and then flew towards the thousands of elemental-eating bugs. Damn it, are they greeting me? Xiaohua didn't dare to release the spirit-swallowing bugs before. Not only because he was afraid that the dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs couldn't defeat the thousands of elemental-eating bugs, but also because he couldn't control them. Now, these spirit-swallowing bugs actually showed off in front of him. How could he not know that these spirit-swallowing bugs were really psychic? After cursing with a smile, he opened the sword pouch. As expected, the dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs flew to different places. With their wings buzzing and mouths clanging, a spirit-swallowing bug led a team of elemental-eating bugs into the sword pouch. Seeing the dozens of teams of elemental-eating bugs flying into the sword pouch in a uniform manner, Xiaohua couldn't stop smiling. These are thousands of elemental-eating bugs. As long as I take them out of the mysterious water palace, damn it, who dares to go against me? As long as I'm not happy, I'll release them. Not to mention devouring them. I'll scare you to death. When the elemental-eating bugs in the passage completely disappeared, Xiaohua immediately put away the sword pouch. As expected, in a moment, dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs flew out again and swayed in front of Xiaohua. Good boys. Xiaohua put away his transcendent's golden body. With a wave of his hand, he took out some spiritual herbs and handed them to the spirit-swallowing bugs. The dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs rushed forward and devoured the spiritual herbs in a few breaths. Chapter 3453. Go. If you're so obedient in the future, I'll treat you all the same. With that, Xiaohua waved his hand again and threw a lot of spiritual herbs into the sword pouch. The spirit-swallowing bugs danced in front of Xiaohua for a while before falling into the sword pouch. Ha ha, it's really interesting. These bugs are so fun. Xiaohua put away the sword pouch, looked at Xian who had disappeared in the distance, and ran forward in high spirits. When he saw Xian, it was already a while later. Xian, who had reached the end of the passage, was now urging the flying sword to attack the restriction formation of the passage. Moreover, there was already light leaking in from the passage. Seeing that Xiaohua was safe, Xian's face showed ecstasy at first, but then her pale golden face turned cold again. She asked faintly, "Little monk, you're really amazing. I tried my best to break through the formation again, but you easily got rid of tens of thousands of elemental devouring bugs. I really can't think of any ancient temple in the Pure Land world that has such a powerful monk like you." Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, "Since you don't know, don't think too much. The important thing is that you and I are both still alive. This seems to be the most important thing, right?" Humph. Xian put away the flying sword and pointed to the place where the light came in. "This is the exit of the passage. Don't you have a magic wand? Don't make me waste my energy." Well said, well said. Xiaohua smiled and took out the wishful steel staff from his sleeve. With a loud shout, he hit the light with the head of the staff. With a rumbling sound, like the sound of a wall collapsing, A 3-meter-long triangle appeared. Xiao Hua and Xin entered the same corridor as Ci Hui and Guzhun, but as Sky Dragon said, one was the palace of eternal life, and the other was the palace of mysterious water. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua and Xin did not know that they were not Ci Hui, and the palace of mysterious water did not have ancient Buddha Tsili. So they did not have Ci Hui's perception and could only walk blindly in the corridor. Xiao Hua was very self-aware. As soon as he entered the corridor, he said with a smile, "Exen Tanue, this little monk has always been directionally challenged. Not to mention inside the hall. Even in the wilderness, I can't find my way. Therefore, I will leave the matter of finding the exit to Tanyu. This little monk will only stand guard behind Tanyu." "Protector." Xin glanced at Xiao Hua. She seemed to have thought of something. She raised her head and looked at the incomparably huge tunnel. Frowning, she said, "I wonder how Grandmaster Guzhun and fellow immortal Ci Hui are doing. Will they be able to obtain the ancient Buddha blessing?" However, as she spoke, a trace of worry appeared on Xin's face. It was clear that the dangers in these places were beyond her expectations. If not for Xiao Hua by her side, it was almost impossible for her to come out of the 2 passages, let alone reach this place. She wasn't sure about Guzhun's strength, but she knew about Ci Hui. If things went as she expected, the possibility of Ci Hui and Guzhun dying was very high. As if he knew what Xin was thinking, Xiao Hua squeezed out a smile and comforted her. "Xin Tanyu, don't worry. Our Buddhist protectors all have their own secret techniques and divine abilities. Didn't you see? Earlier, this little monk relied on the golden Buddha statue to overcome the tribulation. Grandmaster Guzhun's Buddhist attainments are much higher than this little monk's. They'll definitely be able to arrive at the Darkwater Palace and obtain the ancient Buddha blessing." When he spoke up to this point, Xiao Hua glanced at the passageways and the surroundings and intentionally changed the topic. "Now that I think about it, Exen Tanue, the problem isn't whether they obtain the ancient Buddha streamers or not. The problem is whether there are ancient Buddha streamers at the place they went to, or in other words, whether there are any within the Darkwater Palace. If the contents of Mo Yuntong's book are nonsense, then they probably won't be able to find it even if they risk their lives." "You're the one who's talking nonsense." Xin was anxious. Would I dare tell Grandmaster Guzhun if I wasn't confident? Not to mention that Mo Yuntong is... When she spoke up to hear, Xin seemed to have realized something, and she glanced at Xiao Hua and said, "Don't even think about Mo Yuntong's origins. Most of the dangers we encountered earlier were recorded in Mo Yuntong's book. I'm afraid she hasn't obtained the rest. If she hasn't obtained it, then how would she know that there are ancient Buddha blessings in the Darkwater Palace?" Xiao Hua retorted sarcastically, "It seems that I haven't seen any traces of the ancient Buddha blessing even after waiting for so long. Don't tell me I can also write to Mo Yuntong that there are immortal artifacts here? Write if you want, as long as you're not afraid of karma." Xin smiled faintly. At this moment, the 2 of them had reached a fork in the road. Xin looked around for a moment and randomly chose a path, saying as she walked, "It's good that we didn't find the ancient Buddha blessing. If we did, what would Ci Hui and Grandmaster Guzhun do?" "Oh, I understand. Little monk, you're also coveting the ancient Buddha blessing, aren't you?" Xin looked at Xiao Hua with a smile. "Your greed isn't ordinary. I want that immortal artifact." Xiao Hua raised his head and smiled like a little fox. Xin pouted. "Don't even think about it. I want it too." But at this point, Xin's expression changed. Previously, Xiao Hua hadn't revealed his strength, and he was with Ci Hui, so Xin didn't care about him. But now, Xin could see clearly that Xiao Hua had endless means. How could she compare to him? If he wanted the immortal artifact, he might have a chance. In fact, Xin even thought of some bad things. What? Xiao Hua saw the change in Xin's expression and said with a smile, "Could it be that you also want the immortal artifact, instead of looking for someone?" Humph. Xian snorted coldly. I'm not someone who doesn't mean what I say. Moreover, I've already made my purpose very clear. Clap, clap. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said with a smile, since that's the case, it's good. It would be impolite for this little monk to refuse this immortal artifact. I'm ashamed to accept it. Xian fiercely clenched her teeth. It would be a lie to say that she didn't covet the immortal artifact, but she also knew that it was wishful thinking to rely on her own strength to obtain the immortal artifact. Therefore, she only put searching for someone as her top priority and didn't even mention the immortal artifact in front of others. However, the human heart had always been like this. If she couldn't obtain it, others shouldn't be able to either. But if others could obtain it, and she couldn't, it was inevitable that jealousy would arise in her heart. Xian might not be able to reach the level of jealousy of others, but clearly she also felt uncomfortable in her heart. It was the same feeling as when Gu Zhen faced Ci Hui, the feeling of making a wedding dress for someone else. With Xian's thoughts, the atmosphere unconsciously became strange. Only the sound of light footsteps could be heard in the passageway. After walking for a while, seeing that Xian was somewhat absent-minded, Xiao Hua spoke again. Xian, this profound water palace, doesn't seem to be as simple as an ancient spell formation. Little monk, what do you mean? Xian shook her head and did her best to throw away these distracting thoughts as she asked. Xiao Hua pointed at the tall passageway and explained, if it's an ancient Taoist spell formation, there's no need to use such a tall passageway, right? It's too much of a waste of materials. What are you trying to say? You might as well be more direct. Xian snappily interrupted Xiao Hua's words, but without waiting for Xiao Hua to open his mouth again, Xian suddenly thought of the white bones that she had seen in the spiritual grassland. Her brows wrinkled as she said, you mean this profound water palace is so big, and many Taoist restrictions rely on the golden Buddha statues to resist. It seems to have something to do with diviners, right? Diviners? Xian's expression changed, and her eyes rippled again. She stared at Xiao Hua and asked again, little monk, you actually know about diviners? Xiao Hua smiled, raising his eyebrows without eyebrows, dong dong. At this moment, in the tunnel not far away, a huge battle puppet appeared out of nowhere. It was also covered in battle armor and held a spear in its hand. When it took a step, the entire tunnel shook as it walked over. Diviners? Xian turned to look and was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. No, Xiao Hua's eyes swept over. Although he was shocked, his reaction was different from Xian's. It's a puppet. Puppet. Xian was stunned and immediately understood. She nodded and said, that's right, it's a battle puppet of the Taoist sect. Then, Xian's heart skipped a beat. Her gaze moved away from the battle puppet and looked at Xiao Hua thoughtfully. Her gaze was meaningful. However, when Xian saw the expression in Xiao Hua's eyes, she was stunned again. That expression seemed very familiar. Yes, just a moment ago, when Xiao Hua saw the spiritual grasses and the huge transmission array, his gaze was exactly the same as it was at that time. It was a kind of greed, a kind of eagerness. It was as if a pair of hands had reached out from his eyes and grabbed the huge battle puppet from afar. This battle puppet will be left to this little monk. Xiao Hua reluctantly moved his gaze away from the battle puppet. He smacked his lips and swallowed the saliva in his mouth with difficulty. However, when he saw Xian's gaze, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why are you looking at me? There's a flower on your face. Xian said seriously. In the future, you can change your name to Flower Monk. Is that so? Xiao Hua listened to the sound of the battle puppet slowly walking over. There was no fear at all. He touched his face with his hand and smiled. Let this little monk see what kind of flower it is. If it looks good, I'll give it to sandalwood. This flower is only called a flower when worn on a girl's head. If it grows on the ground, it's not called a flower. Bah! Xian spat softly. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart trembled. However, right after that, Xiao Hua shouted, Almsgiver Exen, hold the formation for this little monk, so that this little monk can capture this battle avatar. Although Xiao Hua emphasized the words benefactor and little monk, Exen could still hear the weakness in Xiao Hua's tone. Xiao Hua raised his hand and held the wishful steel staff in his hand. He no longer avoided Exen. His whole body flashed with golden light as he secretly urged his spiritual power. At the same time, he shouted, Chong, Chong Chong. Chapter 3454. Seeing that Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body was slowly being displayed, from a few dozen feet to a few dozen feet, and even to a few dozen feet, Exen's face did not change much. However, when Exen saw Xiao Hua's staff growing thicker and thicker with Xiao Hua's thoughts, she seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned pale. Xiao Hua naturally did not know what Exen was thinking. The staff swayed in midair and hit the stone wall. Xiao Hua simply threw the staff and hit the stone wall. With a muffled bang, the stone wall was smashed in an instant. Xiao Hua was very happy and shouted, "You brat, can you fight with me?" The battle avatar naturally wouldn't answer his question, but the viper-like spear had already answered Xiao Hua's question. The spear was like lightning, and the tip of the spear was like a snake. The battle avatar actually waved its hand from over 10 zhang away, and the spear left its hand and directly pierced towards Xiao Hua's heart. Now, Xiao Hua was like a god. He was dozens of feet tall, and he had really pushed the transcendence golden body to the extreme. Looking at the battle puppet of the same size, and Exen, who was like an ant, an unparalleled lofty aspiration was born from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. Fight! Xiao Hua was not afraid. He waved the staff. It seemed to be light, but it hit the spear very cleverly. Pa! A very strange light sound was heard. The spear was hit by the staff. The spear was more flexible than a spirit snake, and the tail of the spear was slapped toward Xiao Hua's left armpit. Xiao Hua's heavenly staff technique was certainly familiar, but this change was really fast. Caught off guard, the spear hit Xiao Hua all of a sudden. Boom! The power of the spear was beyond Xiao Hua's expectations. It was shockingly powerful. Xiao Hua instantly lost his balance, and his body, which was dozens of feet tall, fell towards the stone wall with a loud bang. Crash! The stone wall, which was flickering with blue light, was unable to support Xiao Hua's dharma body. It was like an ordinary wall, and everything within dozens of feet collapsed. The golden light around Xiao Hua, who was lying on the wall, flickered rapidly. The place where the spear had just struck had already caved in. Moreover, in the surroundings of the caved in, there were many cracks spreading out. As the golden light flickered, the cracks and cave-in were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A bone-piercing pain came from Jin's body. Xiao Hua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He lay on the ground, almost unable to stand up. How can this puppet be so powerful? This was Xiao Hua's first thought. Then, with a roar, Xiao Hua was really angry. His figure did not wait for him to get up. The wishful staff in his hand waved again, and the nearby wall was in a mess. Xiao Hua got up from the mess and waved the wishful staff towards the puppet that had already rushed over with its fists like a fighting machine. Boom! The wishful steel staff hit the arm of the war puppet as it wished, but the result was indeed not satisfactory. On the arm of the war puppet, a blue brilliance flashed, and finally, it was quickly annihilated. A trace of cracks appeared on the arm of the war puppet. Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff could not even break the arm of the war puppet. It was not as good as the previous Guzhan. Not only that, but in just a few breaths, the arm of the war puppet reappeared, and the cracks that had been hit were healing. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was not surprised, but his eyes narrowed slightly. He was looking at the chest of the war puppet. If Xiao Hua's expectations were correct, the body of the war puppet must be supported by the spirit stone. The power of Xiao Hua's staff was only the effect of the spirit stone. Xiao Hua's current plan was that as long as the spirit stone of the war puppet was exhausted, this war puppet would no longer be the war puppet that could break Xiao Hua's golden body with a spear. The war puppet was just a huge puppet. Whether it was to kill it or even subdue it, wasn't at all under Xiao Hua's control. Thinking about the word Xiao Hua on the forehead of this huge war puppet, Xiao Hua could not help but be excited. He unconsciously laughed strangely and said, "Little darling, don't struggle. Quickly come into the arms of this young master. This young master will love you." As he spoke, the wishful staff was raised again, and without waiting for the cracks on the arm of the war puppet to heal, he hit it again. How could the war puppet understand? Next to him, XIN also understood, and her slightly pale, golden skin instantly had goosebumps. However, in a moment, XIN was shocked again. In her eyes, this war puppet definitely had the strength of a 5th-level elemental force. This kind of strength did not lie in the depth of the elemental force, nor in the amount of elemental force, but in the strength of the spear, the reaction of the war puppet, and even the moves of the war puppet. XIN understood that this war puppet's moves were ingenious. Each move was flawless, and the waving of a spear was a means to kill the enemy. If she were to face this war puppet, although she could defend herself with the Imperial equipment would definitely not be a match for the huge strength of the war puppet. This was the principle of the so-called one strength conquers 10,000. XIN knew that it was impossible for her to be a match for the war puppet, but the Xiaohua in front of her was unusually brave. He was definitely not the little monk who only knew how to bicker with XIN before. Not to mention the fierceness of the moves, not to mention the elegance of the wishful staff, but the bravery of the war puppet spear made XIN convinced. The battle between Xiao Hua and the war puppet was tragic, and it was almost like the staff was touching the flesh. Xiao Hua and the war puppet were evenly matched. Not to mention that you were knocked down by the spear, even I was swept down by the wishful staff. In half a cup of tea's time, the entire passage was a mess. Within 100 feet of space, there were ruins, and it was really ugly. The body of the man and the war puppet was also full of scars. Not only were there thick cracks all over the war puppet's body, even Xiao Hua's golden skin was black and missing a few pieces. It should be because of the war puppet's attack. But the more it was like this, the more XIN was shocked. She really couldn't understand. How could a little monk of the Buddhist sect be so vulgar with the war puppet of the Tao sect? Where did those profound Buddhist techniques and even the previous Tao techniques go? Little monk, after watching for a moment, XIN was frightened and couldn't help but send a voice transmission. Ew, can you beat the war puppet? Where did all your Buddhist divine abilities go? Grandma, Xiao Hua roared. I'm a Buddhist Vajra. Is it possible that I am afraid of this war puppet? Xiao Hua was once again caught off guard and was hit on the head by the spear. With a loud bang, the ground of the passage also sank a few feet deep hole. You, why are you competing with a war puppet? XIN also unconsciously roared. What do you know? Xiao Hua stood up from the wall and shook the dust off his body. He raised the wishful staff and rushed to the war puppet. At the same time, he shouted, "This war puppet is not a human. It can only persist because of the spirit stones. This little monk is fighting with it. Isn't it just to consume its spirit stones?" In an instant, XIN immediately understood the greedy Xiao Hua's thoughts. She raised her trembling finger and shouted, "You still want this war puppet? Why not?" Xiao Hua didn't seem to be embarrassed that his abacus had been exposed and asked back. In just a moment, Xiao Hua and the war puppet fought for several rounds. XIN's guess was right. A single force conquers all methods. This war puppet relied on this huge force to kill countless cultivators who coveted the profound water palace. And today, it encountered Xiao Hua, who excelled in brute force. It could be said that it met a good talent. In the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua actually didn't have the upper hand at all. He didn't find this strange, because during this meal, the battle puppet didn't show any signs of energy exhaustion at all. Even the flaws in the spear's moves were becoming increasingly fewer. How was this the appearance of spirit stones being depleted? What's going on? Xiao Hua felt that his arm was a little sore and numb. He was slightly puzzled. At this time, Xian also felt that something was wrong. Seeing Xian urge her genuine qi, the golden light above her eyes shone brightly. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the fiery golden eyes. Little monk. Suddenly, Xian, who seemed to have seen something, turned pale with fright again and exclaimed, "Don't you have any ideas? This war puppet doesn't have any spirit stones. The space between its feet and the ground is a little strange. Every time it moves, the world's spirit energy will be sent into the passage. In this passage, no, in the profound water palace, you are definitely not the war puppet's opponent." "Ha! I see." Xiao Hua understood and immediately laughed. "Then it's even easier." As he spoke, he patted his forehead. A huge hand emerged from the top of Xiao Hua's head and grabbed at the war puppet. The hand of a nascent soul? Xian bit her lips. Her eyes revealed an indescribable look. Even Xian herself didn't know what this meant. Boom! The nascent soul's hand grabbed the war puppet and threw into the air. Buzz! At this time, the war puppet's body shone with a blue brilliance. Rays of light sharper than flying swords pierced the nascent soul's hand. Even the war puppet's spear pierced the nascent soul's hand with a pong sound, pop. Like the sound of a bubble bursting, the nascent soul's hand was instantly destroyed by the light of the war puppet. Xiao Hua's body shone with a golden light. Moreover, the innate divine restriction on his Naiwan palace emitted a faint golden light again. Obviously, the blue thorn could also attack divine sense. This, Xiao Hua frowned and fell into deep thought. He had always thought that the war puppet only relied on its fists and feet and couldn't use magic arts. But now, it seemed that it was just as Xian said. The war puppet was part of a magic array. Not only could it borrow the magic power of the magic array and exchange it for energy, the magic array could also use the war puppet to attack. If this was the case, even if Xiao Hua captured the war puppet, he might not be able to use it. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's eyes turned. Behind Xian's back, his left hand formed a spell that Xiao Hua had comprehended long ago, but he had never used it. Following the activation of Xiao Hua's Fa Li, an earthy yellow brilliance flashed around the body of the battle puppet. This brilliance instantly turned into tens of thousands of thin threads, completely covering the battle puppet. When the threads of light disappeared, the entire battle puppet seemed to have sunk into a deep pool. Not only was it unable to wave its spear, even its hands and feet seemed to be bound and unable to move. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.